The trail is supposed to be a place of escape. Nature's beauty, fresh air, a break from the everyday. But what happens when a peaceful hike turns terrifying? Sometimes the wrong turn, the ignored warning, the simple bad decision can lead you down a path you can never come back from. Are you brave enough to listen? Subscribe and turn on notifications if you dare. My name is David, and if there's one thing that truly captivates me, it's waterfalls. Not just the big tourist trap waterfalls with manicured paths and gift shops hawking miniature plastic cascades. I'm talking about the wild ones, the untamed torrents that carve their own paths through the wilderness, hidden gems whispered about in hushed tones by seasoned hikers. There's something about the raw power of water, the way it shapes stone over millennia, the thunderous roar that drowns out the mundane noise of everyday life. It's intoxicating. It's a primal call that resonates deep within my soul. That's why I found myself at Cascade Falls on a crisp Saturday morning. Cascade Falls isn't exactly a secret. It's a popular state park, easily accessible and well maintained, a far cry from the secluded, off-the-grid locations I usually seek. But even well-trodden paths can hold surprises, and Cascade Falls was known for its network of trails that snake through dense woods, promising glimpses of smaller, less visited cascades branching off the main attraction. The air was cool, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, dappling the trail in shifting patterns of light and shadow. I started on the main trail, the welk dirt path crunching softly under my hiking boots. The sound of Cascade Falls grew steadily louder as I approached, a comforting, rhythmic rumble that vibrated in my chest. Soon, I reached the viewing platform, and there was Cascade Falls in all its glory. A wide curtain of water plunged down a sheer rock face, crashing into a churning pool below, sending up a fine mist that kissed my face. It was impressive, undeniably beautiful, and exactly what the brochures promised. But as I stood there, admiring the spectacle with the small crowd of weekend hikers, my ears caught something else. Beneath the dominant roar of Cascade Falls, I detected a different sound, a deeper, more resonant rumble, almost like a bass note humming beneath a melody. It was coming from deeper in the woods, off the marked trail further upstream. My internal compass, the one that always points towards the sound of falling water, twitched. I leaned over the wooden railing, peering into the dense foliage that bordered the main trail. The trees grew thick and close here, their branches interwoven, creating a wall of green that obscured everything beyond. But through the gaps in the leaves, I could just make out a hint of movement, a flicker of white water, and the faintest echo of that deeper roar. My heart quickened. Could it be? Another waterfall, a hidden one. The thought was like a spark igniting dry tinder. My eyes scanned the immediate area, searching for any indication of a path leading into the woods. There was nothing official, no marked trail, just the dense undergrowth and the looming trees. Then I saw it, a small, weathered wooden sign, almost swallowed by the encroaching vegetation. It was easy to miss, tucked away at the edge of the woods, practically hidden from casual view. The faded paint was peeling, but I could still make out the words. Danger art DONR unstable terrain. Below that, another smaller sign, newer and brighter yellow, with stark black lettering, PRI to POPAR T, no trespassing. Warning signs, 2 of them. Any sane person would have taken that as a clear message. A definitive stop sign on the road to curiosity. But for me, those signs were less a deterrent and more of an invitation. Unstable terrain. That just sounded like a challenge. Private property. Well, waterfalls belonged to everyone, didn't they? My mind, already captivated by the promise of a hidden cascade, was quick to rationalize away any sense of caution. I told myself it was just a little detour, a quick peek off the beaten path. I wouldn't go far, just far enough to satisfy my curiosity, to confirm if there really was another waterfall hidden in there. I told myself I was an experienced hiker. I knew how to handle myself in the woods. I was being careful. I was being responsible. Lies. All lies I whispered myself to justify the reckless impulse that was already taking hold. Ignoring the clear and unambiguous warnings, I stepped over the low wooden barrier that marked the edge of the official trail and pushed aside a curtain of ferns, venturing into the forbidden woods. The temperature seemed to drop instantly as I entered the deeper shade. The air grew heavy with humidity, and the scent of damp moss and decaying leaves replaced the fresh pine aroma of the main trail. The ground underfoot was no longer packed dirt, but a soft, yielding layer of leaf litter and loose soil. The roar of Cascade Falls receded behind me, replaced by the increasingly insistent rumble of the hidden waterfall. It was definitely real, and it was close. Excitement surged through me, a heady mix of anticipation and a thrill that bordered on the illicit. I was getting away with something, discovering something secret, venturing where others dared not go. It was a delicious feeling, a dangerous feeling. The terrain immediately lived up to the unstable terrain warning. The ground sloped steeply downwards, and the path, if you could even call it that, was a treacherous scramble over loose rocks and exposed roots. The moss was everywhere, thick and velvety, clinging to every surface, making each step a potential slip and slide. I had to pick my way carefully, testing each foothold before committing my weight, using the trees for balance as I descended. The forest grew denser, the trees closing in around me, their branches forming a tangled ceiling overhead. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the gloom, and the woods took on a shadowy, almost subterranean feel. The air was still and heavy, and the only sounds were the crunch of my boots on the forest floor and the ever louder roar of the hidden waterfall. As I pushed deeper, the terrain became even more challenging. The slope steepened, and the rocks grew larger, slick with moisture and moss. I had to use my hands to scramble down in places, clinging to roots and branches to keep my balance. The thrill of discovery was starting to be tempered by a growing unease. This was more than just unstable terrain. This was dangerous, seriously dangerous. Doubt flickered in my mind, a tiny voice of reason whispering that maybe, just maybe, those warning signs were there for a reason. Maybe "do not enter" wasn't just bureaucratic overreach, but a genuine warning about real peril. But the lure of the waterfall was too strong. I had come this far. I was so close. Turning back now felt like admitting defeat, like abandoning a treasure hunt just as I was about to unearth the prize. And then, through a break in the trees, I saw it. The waterfall. It wasn't just a trickle, not some minor cascade branching off the main falls. It was magnificent. Taller than Cascade Falls itself, it plunged down a sheer cliff face in a thunderous torrent, a ribbon of white water against dark, moss-covered rock. It was breathtaking, inspiring, utterly captivating. It was everything I had hoped for, and more. My breath caught in my throat. All thoughts of danger, all whispers of doubt vanished in an instant, replaced by pure, unadulterated wonder. This was it. This was the hidden gem, the secret cascade, the waterfall of my dreams. I had to get closer. I had to see it up close, to feel the mist on my face, to hear the full force of its roar. But as I moved forward, eager to reach the base of the falls, I saw the obstacle. To get to the best vantage point, to truly appreciate the waterfall's majesty, I had to cross a ledge. A narrow ledge of rock that ran along the cliff face, leading directly towards the cascading water. And it was covered in moss, slick, treacherous moss. Below the ledge, the ground dropped away in a sheer, dizzying descent, disappearing into the shadowy depths of the ravine. One slip on that mossy ledge, and it wouldn't be just a fall. It would be a long, long way down. The beauty of the waterfall was undeniable, mesmerizing. But suddenly it was no longer masking the sheer stupidity of my actions. It was highlighting it, throwing it into sharp, terrifying relief. I was standing on the edge of disaster, lured here by my own reckless curiosity, by the siren call of a hidden waterfall. And now, to get what I craved, I had to risk everything. The ledge was even more precarious up close than it had appeared from a distance. It wasn't a wide, comfortable path, but a mere ribbon of rock clinging to the cliff face, barely wider than my hiking boots. The moss was thick, a vibrant, deceptive green, promising a soft carpet but offering instead a surface as slick as ice. It covered every inch of the ledge, obscuring the rock beneath, hiding any potential handholds or stable footing. And the drop off was terrifying. I peered over the edge, my stomach lurching. It was a sheer, vertical plunge, disappearing into a shadowy abyss. I couldn't see the bottom, only the tops of trees far below, looking like miniature broccoli florets from this height. The roar of the waterfall filled the air, but it was no longer a comforting sound. Now it was a menacing drone, a constant reminder of the power of nature, the indifference of the wild to my foolish ambitions. One misstep, one moment of carelessness, and I would become another statistic, Another cautionary tale whispered among park rangers. My initial thrill, the intoxicating allure of the hidden waterfall, had completely evaporated. It was replaced by a cold, knowing dread. The beauty of the cascade was still there, undeniably majestic. But now it was framed by danger, overshadowed by the stark reality of my situation. I was trapped. Not physically, not yet, but trapped by my own hubris, by my refusal to heed the warnings, by my insatiable need to see what was just beyond the do not enter sign. I could turn back. The thought, once a faint whisper of reason, now screamed in my mind. Turn back, David! Go back to the trail, to safety, to sanity. No one would know. No one would judge. I could chalk it up to a momentary lapse of judgment, a brief flirtation with recklessness, and retreat with my skin intact. The sensible part of my brain, the part that valued self-preservation, was begging me to do just that. But another part of me, the stubborn, thrill-seeking part, the part that had ignored the warning signs in the first place, was pushing back. You've come this far, it hissed. You're right there. Don't be a coward. Just cross the ledge. It's not that far. Just be careful, Doc, careful. Easy to say, standing here paralyzed by fear and indecision. But how careful could I really be on a moss, slick ledge with a death drop on one side? My hands were already clammy with sweat, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. My legs felt shaky, unreliable. And the moss, that damn moss. It looked so soft, so inviting, but I knew it was a lie. A verdant veil concealing a treacherous surface. I tested the ledge with the toe of my boot, pressing down gingerly on the moss. It gave way slightly, spongy and wet. Beneath it, I could feel the hard, unyielding rock, but the moss layer was thick enough to make it feel unstable, uncertain. I tried another spot and another, each test confirming my fears. There was no secure footing to be had. Looking closer at the ledge, I noticed something else. It wasn't just moss. Interspersed with the green carpet were patches of something darker, almost black. Clinging to the rock like tar, it looked slimy. And it smelled faintly, acridly of decay. A shiver ran down my spine. What was that stuff? Some kind of mold algae. Something worse. My eyes darted back to the waterfall, seeking solace in its beauty, a distraction from the growing panic. But even the waterfall seemed to have changed. The sunlight had shifted, and the cascade was now plunged in a shadow, the white water looking colder, more menacing against the darkening rock. The roar seemed louder, more aggressive, almost mocking. It was as if the waterfall itself was daring me, taunting me. Come closer. It seemed to whisper in the thunderous rush of water. Just a little closer. I promise it's worth it. Just cross the ledge. What's the worst that could happen? The worst that could happen. The words echoed in my mind, heavy with unspoken dread. The worst that could happen was obvious, terrifyingly so. And yet the lure of the waterfall, that primal call that had drawn me off trail in the first place, was still there, a faint but persistent tug on my will. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart, to steady my trembling hands. Okay, David, I muttered to myself, my voice barely audible above the roar of the water. You're not going to cross that ledge. It's too dangerous. You're going to turn around, go back to the trail, and forget you ever saw this place. It was a good plan, a sensible plan, a plan that would get me back to safety. But even as I formulated the plan, I knew deep down that I wasn't going to follow it. The lure was too strong. The waterfall was too beautiful. And my pride, my stubborn refusal to admit defeat, was too deeply ingrained. Just a little bit, I whispered, the words barely formed, almost involuntary. Just a few steps onto the ledge, just to get a better picture. Just to say I did it. Another lie. But this time I knew it was a lie even as I told it to myself. I wasn't going to take just a few steps. I was going to cross the whole ledge. I was going to reach the base of the waterfall, no matter the risk. No matter the cost. With a deep, shuddering breath, I stepped onto the ledge. The most compressed under my boot, slick and yielding. My heart lurched again, and a wave of dizziness washed over me. I swayed for a moment, my arms flailing for balance, catching myself just before I pitched forward into the abyss. My knuckles scraped against the rough rock of the cliff face as I instinctively reached out to steady myself. Okay, easy, I told myself, my voice tight with fear. Just take it slow, one step at a time. I moved forward, inch by agonizing inch, my body pressed tight against the cliff wall, my eyes fixed on the ledge directly in front of my boots. I tried to find patches of rock that were less mossy, but there were none. Everywhere was covered in that treacherous green carpet, and those patches of black slime were becoming more frequent, more prominent. The air grew colder as I moved further onto the ledge, the mist from the waterfall swirling around me, dampening my clothes, chilling me to the bone. The roar of the water intensified, deafening, drowning out all other sounds, even my own ragged breathing. I felt isolated, utterly alone, suspended between the rock face and the terrifying drop, with only the relentless roar of the waterfall for company. Each step was an eternity. My muscles screamed in protest, my legs trembling with exhaustion and fear. My focus narrowed to the small patch of moss directly in front of me, each foot placement a desperate gamble. I could feel the slickness of the moss through the soles of my boots, the precariousness of my footing, the constant threat of a fatal slip. And then it happened. My left foot, searching for purchase on the deceptive surface, slid. Not a dramatic ankle, twisting slip, but a subtle, sickening slide, just enough to throw me off balance. My heart leaped into my throat. For a split second, I teetered on the edge, arms windmilling, desperately trying to regain my footing. The abyss yawned beneath me, a dizzying vortex of shadow and swirling mist. I gasped, a choked cry lost in the roar of the waterfall. And then, with a desperate surge of adrenaline, I lunged forward, throwing my weight against the cliff face, my outstretched hands scrabbling for purchase on the rough rock. My fingers found a shallow crack, a tiny imperfection in the stone, and I clung to it with the desperate strength of a drowning man clutching a lifeline. For a moment, I hung there, suspended between safety and oblivion, my body trembling, my breath coming in ragged gasps. My cheek was pressed against the cold, damp rock, my eyes squeezed shut, my mind blank with terror. I was alive, still alive. But for how long, and at what cost? I was halfway across the ledge, trapped between the waterfall and the abyss, with no easy way forward, and no safe way back. My bad decision had just turned into a full-blown nightmare. Clinging to the cliff face, my fingers etching in the shallow crack, I slowly opened my eyes. The world swam back into focus, a terrifying panorama of rock, water, and empty space. The waterfall roared beside me, close enough now that I could feel the vibrations in the rock, the spray stinging my face like icy needles. Below, the drop was still a dizzying, stomach-churning abyss stuck. I was truly stuck. Panic began to bubble up inside me, a frantic, suffocating wave threatening to overwhelm my reason. "Get a grip, David," I muttered, my voice trembling. "Just breathe. Think." But thinking was hard. Fear had short-circuited my brain, leaving me with a primal urge to just survive. Slowly, painstakingly, I began to inch my way along the ledge again, my body pressed so tightly against the rock that I felt like I was trying to merge with it. Each movement was agonizingly slow, each step a test of nerve and balance. The moss seemed even slicker now, the black slime more prevalent, more organic. The smell of decay was stronger here, a cloying, sickly sweet odor that made my stomach churn. I kept my eyes fixed on the rock face, focusing on the tiny imperfections in the stone, searching for any handhold, any sign of stability. My fingers scraped against rough edges, snagged on sharp protrusions, desperately seeking purchase. My legs trembled, my muscles burned, but I kept moving, driven by a desperate, primal will to survive. As I edged further along the ledge, the waterfall came into full view again, no longer partially obscured by trees. It was even more magnificent up close, a towering cascade of white water plunging into a dark, churning pool. The sheer volume of water was immense, the roar deafening, the spray a constant, chilling mist. It was beautiful, yes, breathtakingly so. But now, the beauty was tainted, poisoned by fear, by the stark realization that this stunning spectacle could be the backdrop to my final moments. And then I saw it. In the rock face, just ahead of me, something that made my blood run cold. It was a shape, a pattern in the moss, but not quite moss. It was darker, denser, almost sculpted. As I got closer, inch by agonizing inch, the shape resolved itself into something horrifyingly familiar. It was a face. A face formed in the moss and slime, staring out from the rock face, directly at me. It wasn't a natural formation, not just a trick of the light and shadow. It was too deliberate, too detailed, too human. Or at least, human-like. The face was gaunt, skeletal, with hollowed cheeks and deep, set eyes that seemed to bore into my soul. The mouth was open in a silent scream, the teeth bared in a grotesque rictus. And the eyes were the worst. They were empty sockets, filled with that same black slime that coated the ledge, but they seemed to gleam with an unnatural light, a cold, malevolent intelligence. Fear, raw and primal, seized me, paralyzing me more effectively than the precarious ledge. I froze, my breath catching in my throat, my eyes locked on the Most's face, unable to look away. It was watching me. I could feel it, a cold, predatory gaze that seemed to strip away my sanity, leaving me exposed and vulnerable. The roar of the waterfall seemed to intensify, morphing into something else, something vocal. It wasn't just the sound of water anymore. There was a deeper tone now, a low, guttural murmur that resonated in my bones, a sound that seemed to emanate from the Most's face itself. And then I heard it, a whisper carried on the wind, woven into the roar of the waterfall, faint, almost imperceptible, but undeniably there. A voice, calling my name. David. It was a soft voice, almost gentle, but with an undercurrent of something cold, something ancient, something hungry. It was the voice of the Most's face. I knew it instinctively. It was calling to me, luring me closer, promising what? Salvation. Or something far more sinister. David, come closer. The whisper came again, closer now, clearer, laced with a seductive, hypnotic quality. It was the lure of the waterfall, amplified, personified, emanating from the grotesque face in the rock. It was calling me to my doom, and a terrifying part of me, a weak, broken part, was actually considering answering. My mind reeled, teetering on the brink of madness. Was I hallucinating? Was the fear, the isolation, the sheer terror finally breaking me? Was the Most's face real? Was the voice? Or was it all just a figment of my panicked imagination, a cruel trick of the senses, conjured up by my own impending demise? I didn't know. And in that moment, I realized it didn't matter, real or not. The fear was real. The danger was real. And the lure was almost irresistible. The waterfall, the Most's face, the whispering voice, they were all part of the same terrifying entity, a malevolent presence that had drawn me here, into its deadly embrace. David, closer, closer. The voice grew stronger, more insistent, weaving its way into my thoughts, clouding my judgment, weakening my resolve. My grip on the rock face loosened slightly, my body swaying towards the edge, towards the abyss. The waterfall roared, a deafening symphony of death, and the Most's face leered, its empty eyes burning into my soul. And then something snapped. Something deep within me, something primal, something that refused to surrender, even in the face of unimaginable terror. A spark of defiance flared in the darkness of my fear, a tiny ember of will that refused to be extinguished. No, I screamed. The sound ripped my throat, a raw, desperate cry of denial that momentarily pierced the roar of the waterfall. No, I won't. The voice faltered, the whisper receding slightly, as if startled by my outburst. The Most's face seemed to flicker, its malevolent gaze wavering for a fraction of a second. It was a tiny opening, a momentary lapse in the oppressive presence, but it was enough. Adrenaline surged through me, a jolt of pure survival instinct. I didn't think, I just reacted. With a desperate surge of strength, I hauled myself further along the ledge, away from the Most's face, away from the whispering voice, away from the edge of oblivion. I scrambled forward, ignoring the pain in my muscles, the trembling in my legs, the slickness of the moss, the terrifying drop. I just moved. Away, away, away. I didn't look back. I didn't dare to look back. I just kept moving, inch by agonizing inch, my focus narrowed to the path ahead, my mind blank except for the single, driving imperative escape. The ledge seemed to stretch on forever, an endless ribbon of treacherous rock and malevolent moss. But slowly, imperceptibly, the terrain began to change. The ledge widened slightly, the most thin patches of bare rock began to appear. The roar of the waterfall began to recede, the air grew lighter, the oppressive presence seemed to lessen its grip. And then, finally, I reached the end of the ledge. With a final, desperate scramble, I pulled myself on a solid ground, collapsing onto the forest floor, gasping for breath, my body shaking uncontrollably. I was safe the ledge. I was off the ledge. I lay there for a long time, huddled on the damp earth, my heart still hammering, my mind still reeling from the terror. Slowly, gradually, the shaking subsided, my breathing returned to normal. The panic began to recede. The forest around me seemed normal. Just trees and ferns and sunlight filtering through the leaves. No moss faces, no whispering voices, no terrifying abyss. I had escaped. But I knew, with a chilling certainty, that I had brought something back with me. Something from the ledge, something from the waterfall, something unseen. The lure of the waterfall was still there, a faint, insidious whisper in the back of my mind, a dark echo of the terror I had just experienced. I got on my feet, my legs still shaky, my body stiff and sore. I turned and looked back at the waterfall, at the moss-covered ledge, at the place where I had almost lost everything. It was still beautiful, still majestic, still alluring. But now, I saw it with different eyes. Eyes that had glimpsed the darkness beneath the beauty, the horror lurking behind the cascade. I turned away and started to walk slowly, carefully, back towards the marked trail, back towards safety, back towards sanity. I didn't run. I couldn't run. But I walked with a newfound urgency, a desperate need to put as much distance as possible between myself and the waterfall, and the terrifying secrets it held. I never looked back again, and I never went off trail again. The lure of the waterfall was broken, replaced by a cold, abiding fear. I still love waterfalls, but now I admire them from a safe distance, from the marked trails, from the well-worn paths. Because sometimes the most beautiful things are also the most dangerous. And sometimes curiosity really can kill the cat, or in my case, almost kill David. And I know deep down that a part of me is still there, on that moss-covered ledge, listening to the whisper of the waterfall, forever haunted by the face in the moss. And sometimes late at night, when the house is quiet and the wind howls outside, I swear I can still hear it calling my name. David, come closer. My name is Emily Carter, and if there's one thing I've always prided myself on, it's my resilience. Call it stubbornness, call it bravery, maybe it's a little bit of both. But I've never been one to back down from a challenge, especially one I set for myself. So, when the idea of solo camping in the Redwood National Park popped into my head, it wasn't a question of if but when. My friends, bless their concerned hearts, tried to dissuade me. Emily, alone. In the Redwoods. Isn't that like bear country? My best friend Sarah had asked, her voice laced with a mixture of disbelief and genuine worry. And mountain lions. Don't forget the mountain lions. Chimed in Mark, always the dramatic one. I just laughed it off, waving my hand dismissively. Guz, relax. I'm not going into the wilderness unprepared. I've done my research, I've got all the gear, bear spray, the whole 9 yards. Besides, I added, a touch of theatrical flair entering my voice. Isn't life about pushing boundaries? Stepping outside your comfort zone. Finding yourself in the vast, majestic solitude of nature. Okay, maybe I was laying it on a bit thick, but I was genuinely excited about this. It wasn't just about proving to them, or even to myself that I could handle it. It was about something deeper. Something about needing to disconnect, to strip away the noise and the constant connectivity of modern life and just be. Be with myself, surrounded by something ancient and powerful. The redwoods, with their towering giants and hushed, cathedral-like groves, seemed like the perfect place for this kind of introspective adventure. I imagined myself hiking through sun-dappled trails, breathing in the crisp, pine-scented air, and feeling the weight of the world lift off my shoulders. I envisioned evenings spent by a crackling campfire, under a blanket of stars so bright they'd make the city lights seem like a distant, insignificant memory. It was romantic maybe, but it was a romance I desperately needed. So, despite the raised eyebrows and the not so subtle warnings about unpredictable weather and creepy crawlies, I went. I packed my trusty backpack filled with all the essentials: tent, sleeping bag, cooking stove, first aid kit, enough food for 3 days, and of course the aforementioned bear spray, which I hoped I wouldn't have to use, but felt a lot better having. I even threw in a book of poetry, thinking I might find some inspiration in the quietude of the woods. Looking back, maybe poetry was a bit cliched, but at the time it felt like the right touch. The drive up to the park was breathtaking. As I got closer, the trees grew taller, the air cooler, and the world outside my car window transformed into a tapestry of green and brown, sunlight filtering through the dense canopy. By the time I reached the trailhead, I was buzzing with anticipation. I hoisted my backpack onto my shoulders, adjusted the straps, and took a deep breath of the redwood-infused air. This was it, my solo adventure. The first day was exactly as I had dreamed. The trail was well marked and relatively easy, winding through groves of ancient redwoods that seemed to stretch endlessly towards the sky. Sunlight dappled through the leaves, creating shifting patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. The air was still and quiet, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant call of a bird. It was peaceful, profoundly so. I hiked for a few hours, stopping occasionally to take photos, to drink water, and just to soak it all in. I found a perfect spot to set up camp near a small, clear stream tucked away in a secluded grove of redwoods. Setting up the tent was a breeze, something I'd practiced in my backyard a few times just to be sure. Soon I had my little nylon haven erected, my sleeping bag enrolled inside, and my cooking gear neatly arranged. With camp set, I decided to explore a bit more before nightfall. I followed the stream further into the woods, marveling at the ferns that carpeted the banks and the moss that clung to the ancient tree trunks. Everything felt alive, vibrant, and yet utterly still. It was a world away from the city, from the constant hum of traffic and the relentless demands of daily life. As dusk began to settle, I returned to my campsite and started a small fire. The dry wood caught quickly, and soon I had a cozy blaze crackling merrily. I cooked a simple meal of dehydrated pasta, which tasted surprisingly good in the open air. As I ate, I watched the shadows lengthen and deepen, the forest around me transforming into a different kind of place, quieter, more mysterious. The stars began to emerge, one by one, until the sky above the redwoods was a vast, glittering expanse. It was magnificent. That first night was indeed peaceful. The only sounds were the gentle crackling of the fire, the whisper of the wind through the trees, and the soft gurgle of the stream nearby. I sat by the fire for hours, lost in thought, feeling a sense of calm I hadn't experienced in a long time. Eventually, the fire died down to embers, and I retreated to my tent. Snuggled in my sleeping bag, I listened to the night sounds of the forest, feeling safe and content. It was exactly what I had come for. Empowering, just as I had hoped. I drifted off to sleep, lulled by the gentle symphony of the woods, completely at peace. The second day was much the same. I woke up with the sunrise, the forest bathed in a golden light. I made coffee, ate a granola bar, and set off to explore a different trail, one that climbed higher into the hills. The views from the higher elevations were stunning, panoramic vistas of rolling hills and dense forests stretching as far as the eye could see. Again, the day was filled with the quiet beauty of the redwoods. I saw a deer grazing peacefully in a meadow, a flash of blue as a Steller's jay flew overhead, and the intricate patterns of lichen on the bark of ancient trees. It was a day of quiet wonder, of feeling deeply connected to the natural world. I returned to my campsite in the late afternoon, feeling tired but invigorated. I started another fire, cooked another dehydrated meal, and watched as the day faded into evening. The stars were just as brilliant on the second night, and I felt a deep sense of satisfaction. I had done it. I had camped alone in the redwoods, and it was everything I hoped for and more. I was strong, I was capable, and I was at peace. As I crawled into my tent for the second night, I felt a sense of accomplishment wash over me. This was exactly the kind of reset I needed. I closed my eyes, ready for another night of peaceful slumber under the redwood canopy. But the second night was not like the first. It started subtly, almost imperceptibly. At first, I thought it was just the normal sounds of the forest, perhaps a branch falling in the distance, or an animal rustling in the undergrowth. But then I started to notice patterns, rhythms that didn't quite fit with the natural sounds of the woods. There was a scraping sound, rhythmic and repetitive, like something heavy being dragged across the forest floor. Scrape, scrape, scrape. It was slow, deliberate, and unsettling. Then there were the branches snapping, not the random, cracking sound of wind, blown branches, but sharp, distinct snaps, almost like footsteps, but too heavy, too forceful to be footsteps. Snap, 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 snap. They seemed to come from different directions, circling my campsite, but always at a distance, just beyond the reach of the firelight. And then the moan started. It was low, guttural, and resonant, a sound that seemed to vibrate in the air itself. It wasn't like any animal sound I had ever heard. It wasn't a growl or a howl or a cry. It was something else, something primal. It seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at once, a deep, unsettling vibration that resonated in my chest. Muon, it was faint at first, almost like my imagination playing tricks on me in the darkness, but it grew louder, more insistent, weaving itself into the rhythmic scraping and the patterned snapping of branches. Suddenly, the peaceful symphony of the forest had turned into something discordant, something wrong. A prickle of unease started to creep up my spine. I told myself it was just my imagination, that the darkness was playing tricks on my senses. It was just the wind, or some nocturnal animal, or of anything but what my gut was starting to whisper. But the sounds persisted, growing louder, closer, more insistent. The rhythmic scraping, the patterned snaps, the low guttural moan. They were still there, circling me in the darkness, and the peace of the first night was gone, replaced by a growing sense of dread. This was no longer peaceful. This was something else entirely, and I was starting to feel very, very scared. Sleep became a distant memory. Every rustle of leaves against the tent, every snap of a twig, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. The rhythmic scraping continued, scrape, 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 a relentless metronome of dread counting down the seconds of the long night. The branches snapped in their unnatural patterns. Snap, 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 sometimes closer, sometimes further away, but always circling, always present. And the moan muo-an, it pulsed through the darkness. A vibration that seemed to seep into my bones, chilling me from the inside out. I tried to rationalize it, desperately grasping for any explanation that would make sense, that would calm the rising panic in my chest. Maybe it was a large animal injured or distressed. A bear, perhaps, though the moan didn't sound like any bear I'd ever heard about. Mountain lions were supposed to scream, not moan. And what about the scraping? Could a bear be dragging something? A carcass? The thought made my stomach churn. I fumbled for my flashlight, my hands shaking slightly. Clicking it on, I cautiously unzipped the tent flap a few inches and peered out into the darkness. The beam of light cut through the inky blackness, illuminating a small circle of trees just beyond my tent. Shadows danced and swayed in the firelight, playing tricks on my eyes. I saw nothing. Just the dense undergrowth, the towering redwoods, and the flickering firelight casting long, distorted shapes. The sounds, however, were still there, just beyond the edge of my vision, just beyond the reach of the flashlight beam. Scrape, snap, moan, they were everywhere and nowhere, intangible yet undeniably present. It's just the woods, I whispered to myself, trying to inject some conviction into my voice. It's just night sounds, animals, wind, nothing to be scared of. But the words felt hollow, flimsy shields against the growing terror that was tightening its grip on me. I zipped the tent flap shut again, the thin nylon offering little comfort, little sense of security against whatever was out there. I huddled deeper into my sleeping bag, pulling it tight around my shoulders, trying to block out the sounds, to shut out the fear. I closed my eyes, willing myself to sleep, to escape into unconsciousness. But sleep was elusive, tauntingly out of reach. My mind raced, conjuring up images, fueled by every horror movie I'd ever seen, every scary story I'd ever read. Monsters lurking in the woods, unseen predators, something ancient and malevolent watching from the shadows. Ridiculous, I told myself. Utterly ridiculous. But the fear persisted, cold and clammy, clinging to me like a shroud. The sounds continued their relentless symphony of dread throughout the night. They didn't fade, they didn't diminish. If anything, they seemed to grow louder, closer, more insistent. The scraping became heavier, more deliberate, as if whatever was making it was slowly, inexorably approaching. The branches snapped more frequently, the patterns becoming more complex, more purposeful, and the moan deepened, resonating with a guttural intensity that seemed to vibrate the very ground beneath my tent. At one point, I thought I heard something else, something new added to the unsettling chorus. A low, wet thump, thump, thump. It was faint, almost swallowed by the other sounds, but it was there, a rhythmic, heavy thudding that seemed to pulse with a strange, organic quality. Thump, 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 like a heartbeat. But impossibly slow, impossibly heavy. The thought sent a fresh wave of icy dread through me. My imagination was running wild, I knew it, but I couldn't stop it. The sounds were feeding my fear, amplifying it, turning it into something visceral, something almost tangible. The night stretched on an eternity of fear-filled moments. I lay there, rigid with tension, listening, waiting, dreading what each new sound might bring. I checked my watch countless times, willing the hours to pass, desperate for dawn to break, for the safety of daylight to return. Every minute felt like an hour, every hour like a lifetime. It was the longest night of my life. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, A faint hint of gray began to bleed into the darkness. The first pale light of dawn filtered through the trees, chasing away the deepest shadows. As the light grew stronger, something miraculous happened. The sounds began to fade. The scraping slowed, then stopped. The branch snapping ceased. The moan gradually diminished, becoming fainter and fainter until it was gone, swallowed by the returning sounds of the forest awakening. The birds began to chirp tentatively at first, then with increasing confidence. The wind rustled through the leaves, a gentle, natural sound, no longer twisted into something menacing. Daylight had returned, and with it, a fragile sense of relief. As the sun climbed higher, painting the forest in golden light, the fear began to recede, replaced by a bone-deep exhaustion. I unzipped the tent flap and stepped out, blinking in the morning light, feeling like I had just emerged from a nightmare. The forest looked normal, peaceful, beautiful. The redwoods stood tall and majestic, bathed in sunlight, casting long, tranquil shadows. The stream gurgled merrily, birds sang, squirrels chattered. It was as if the night sounds had never happened, as if they had been nothing more than a figment of my overactive imagination. But I knew they hadn't been. I had heard them. They had been real. And the memory of them, the lingering unease they had instilled in me, was still very real. I looked around my campsite, half expecting to see something. Footprints, broken branches, some sign of whatever had made those sounds. But there was nothing. Everything looked undisturbed, pristine, untouched. It was as if the night sounds had been ghosts. Ephemeral disturbances in the fabric of the night, leaving no trace behind in the light of day. Despite the return of daylight and the apparent normalcy of the forest, a deep unease lingered within me. The peace of the previous days was shattered, replaced by a gnawing anxiety. I knew I should pack up and leave. Any rational person would. The sounds were clearly unnatural, unsettling, and whatever had made them was clearly something to be avoided. Survival instincts screamed at me to get out, to retreat to the safety of civilization, to put as much distance as possible between myself and these woods. But then, that stubborn streak of mine, that refusal to admit defeat, began to assert itself. Too stubborn to admit I was scared. I had thought in my initial plan, and it was true. Part of me was terrified, yes. But another part of me, that stubborn, resilient part, refused to be driven out by what? By some strange noises in the night. By something I couldn't even explain. No, I wouldn't let fear win. I wouldn't let some creepy sounds scare me away from my solo camping adventure. I had come here to be empowered, to prove to myself that I was brave and capable. And leaving now, running away at the first sign of trouble, felt like admitting defeat. It felt like weakness, and I couldn't stand the thought of that. I'm being ridiculous, I muttered to myself, trying to sound confident, even though my voice trembled slightly. It was just weird animal sounds. That's all. Nothing to be scared of. I repeated the mantra, trying to convince myself, trying to drown out the nagging voice of fear that was still whispering in the back of my mind. I'm staying. I'm not going to let some night sounds scare me away. It was a bad decision. I knew it even as I made it. A part of me, a small, rational part, screamed in protest. But the stubborn, prideful part of me was louder, stronger, overriding the voice of reason. I was too proud to admit I was scared. Too stubborn to back down from the challenge I had set for myself. Staying was my mistake. A mistake that I would soon come to regret, more deeply than I could possibly imagine. I spent the third day in a state of heightened tension, constantly listening, constantly on edge. Every rustle of leaves, every bird call made me jump. The forest, which had been so peaceful and welcoming just days before, now felt different, ominous. Silent in a way that wasn't peaceful, but watchful. I tried to hike, to distract myself with the beauty of the redwoods, but my mind kept drifting back to the night sounds, to the scraping, the snapping, the moan. The fear was still there, a constant undercurrent of anxiety, waiting for night to fall again. As dusk approached on the third day, a heavy sense of foreboding settled over me. The air seemed to grow colder, the shadows deeper, the silence more oppressive. I started a fire larger than the previous nights, hoping the flames would offer some sense of security, some barrier against whatever lurked in the darkness. But even the crackling fire couldn't dispel the growing dread that was tightening its grip on me. The forest felt like it was holding its breath, waiting. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that tonight would be different. Tonight the sounds would return. Tonight something else would happen. Tonight something was coming closer. Sleep was a long time coming that second night. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I lay rigid in my sleeping bag, straining my ears, trying to decipher the sounds, to rationalize them, to make them make sense. But they didn't. They were alien, wrong-weaving a tapestry of dread around my little tent. The scraping continued, a slow, deliberate drag that seemed to circle my tent in an ever-tightening spiral. Scrape as scrape as scrape, it was like nails on wood, but deeper, heavier, as if something immense and ponderous was being pulled across the earth. The branches snapped with increasing frequency, no longer random, but patterned, almost like a countdown. Snap, 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 snap. Snap, the intervals seemed to shorten, the snaps growing closer, louder, each one making me flinch. And the moan was the worst. It had deepened, become more resonant, less like a sound and more like a vibration that resonated deep within my bones. Muo, and it pulsed through the air, a low, guttural thrum that seemed to come from beneath the earth itself. It was laced with a quality I couldn't quite define. Something ancient, something sorrowful, something hungry. Fear, cold and sharp, began to grip me. This wasn't just the normal night sounds of the forest. This was something else. Something was out there, circling me, making those sounds. And whatever it was getting closer. I fumbled for my headlamp, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped it. Clicking it on, I held my breath and cautiously unzipped the tent flap just a crack. Peeking out, I swept the beam of light around the immediate vicinity of my campsite. Fire had burned down to glowing embers, casting long, dancing shadows that played tricks on my eyes. The trees stood tall and silent, their massive trunks disappearing into the darkness beyond the reach of my headlamp. I saw nothing, just trees, shadows, and the faint glow of embers. It's nothing, I whispered to myself, my voice trembling slightly. Just animals, or the wind. It's just the wind playing tricks. But even as I said the words, I didn't believe them. The sounds were too deliberate, too patterned, too wrong to be natural. I zipped the tent flap shut again, my heart pounding against my ribs. The sounds continued unabated, as if mocking my attempts at rationalization. Scrape, snap, moan, over and over, a relentless, terrifying cycle. I huddled deeper into my sleeping bag, pulling it tight around me, as if the thin nylon could offer any real protection. Time seemed to stretch and distort. Minutes felt like hours, each sound an eternity. I kept the headlamp on, its beam cutting a small circle of light in the darkness, a pathetic defense against whatever lurked beyond. I considered packing up, leaving right then and there, in the middle of the night, but the thought of venturing out into the darkness, surrounded by those sounds, was even more terrifying than staying put. At least in the tent, I had a thin barrier, a flimsy sense of enclosure. Outside felt utterly exposed. So I stayed frozen in fear, listening to the sounds, waiting for dawn, praying for it to come quickly. I told myself that as soon as the first hint of light appeared, I would pack up and leave. Stubbornness be damned. Empowerment be damned. Survival was now the only thing that mattered. I regretted my bravado, my insistence on doing this alone. I longed for the safety of my friends, the normalcy of my city apartment, the absence of rhythmic scraping, patterned snapping, and guttural moans. As the night wore on, the sounds did change, subtly, chillingly. The scraping seemed to get closer, the circle tightening. The source now feeling like it was just outside the ring of embers, just beyond the edge of the firelight. The snaps became heavier, louder, less like branches and more like bones. Large bones, snapping under immense weight. Crack, C-R-A-K-K, see where they were no longer distant, they were right outside the tent surrounding me. And the moan morphed. It lost some of its sorrowful quality, replaced by something colder, more predatory. It was still guttural, still resonant, but now it had an edge, a hunger that made my blood run cold. Muoan Hunagrive, or was that my imagination? Was the moan actually changing, or was my fear just twisting the sounds, making them even more terrifying? By now, I was trembling uncontrollably, every muscle in my body clenched tight. My breath came in shallow gasps, and my heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to block out the sounds, to retreat into myself, but it was no use. The sounds were everywhere, inside my head as much as outside the tent. Then the breathing started. Heavy, ragged breaths. Just outside the tent wall, right next to my head. Hawa hawa, each inhale was deep and rattling, each exhale a hot, fetid rush of air against the thin nylon. It smelled wrong, like wet earth and decay, with a metallic tang underneath like old blood. Something was right outside my tent. Something big. Something that was breathing, scraping, snapping, moaning. Something that was circling me in the darkness, and it was close. So close I could smell it. So close I could hear its breath. I lay there, paralyzed with terror, listening to the heavy breathing just inches away, the rhythmic scraping still circling, the bone-snapping cracks all around, and the low, hungry moan that seemed to vibrate from the earth itself. Dawn felt like a lifetime away, and I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the core that staying had been a terrible, terrible mistake. The breathing was the worst. It was so close, so heavy, so present. Ho-wah, ho-wah, each breath seemed to vibrate the tent fabric, the hot, rank air pressing against the nylon inches from my face. I could feel the presence of something just outside, something massive and alive and undeniably aware of me inside. The scraping had stopped circling. Now it was just there, a constant, grinding sound, as if whatever was breathing outside was also dragging something heavy against the ground, right next to the tent. Skrrr-I-appa-peed, it was continuous, grating, a sound that set my teeth on edge and made my skin crawl. The snapping continued, but it was different now too. No longer patterned, no longer rhythmic. Now it was sharp, sudden, violent cracks, like branches being broken deliberately, forcefully right on top of the tent. C-R-C-R-I-C-K-K-A-K, each snap made the tent shudder, the poles creaking and groaning under the sudden impacts. It felt like something was testing the tent, probing it, seeing how sturdy it was, how easily it could be broken. And the moan was constant now, a low, unending drone that filled the air, vibrating through the ground, through the tent, through me. Mu-o-o-o-o-o-ananindi. It was a sound of pure, unadulterated dread, a sound that spoke of ancient hunger and bottomless sorrow. It was a sound that promised nothing good. I was beyond trembling now. I was rigid, frozen, every muscle locked in place, my body a solid block of terror. My eyes were wide open, staring into the darkness of the tent, seeing nothing, but hearing everything. The breathing, the scraping, the snapping, the moaning. They were all around me, enveloping me, trapping me in a cocoon of fear. I knew I couldn't stay in the tent. Not anymore. Whatever was out there was no longer just circling, no longer just making sounds. It was here. It was testing the tent. It was breathing right outside. Staying put was no longer an option. Staying put was waiting to be what? Torn apart. Eaten. I didn't want to think about it. With a surge of adrenaline born of pure terror, I moved. Every movement was jerky, panicked, fueled by desperation. I fumbled for the zipper of my sleeping bag, my fingers clumsy and unresponsive. It felt like it took an eternity to unzip it, to wriggle free, to scramble to my knees. The sounds intensified as I moved. The breathing hitched. The scraping grew louder. The snaps became more violent. The moan deepened, as if my movement had alerted whatever was out there, had confirmed its suspicions that there was something alive inside the nylon shell. I grabbed for the tent zipper, my hand shaking so violently I could barely grasp the small tab. It snagged, wouldn't budge. Panic clawed at my throat. I tugged harder, yanking at the zipper with all my strength. It finally gave way with a loud, ripping sound, tearing a small section of the tent fabric. But it was open. Enough I didn't think, didn't plan, didn't hesitate. I threw myself out of the tent, scrambling on my hands and knees, desperate to get away from the breathing, the scraping, the snapping, the moan. I burst out into the darkness, headlamp beam bouncing wildly, illuminating a chaotic scene of trees and shadows. And it was there. Not in a form I could immediately comprehend. Not a bear, not a mountain lion, not anything I could recognize from the natural world. It was wrong. Massive, shapeless, a shifting darkness against the darkness of the trees. A hulking presence that defied definition. It was taller than any tree, wider than my tent, a living shadow that pulsed with a terrifying alien energy. The scraping sound was coming from it. From something it was dragging behind it, something long and heavy and indistinct, that churned against the forest floor, tearing up earth and roots. The snapping sounds were coming from the trees around it, branches breaking, trunks groaning as it moved, as if the very forest was bending, and breaking under its immense weight. And the moan was coming from it too. From deep within its shapeless form, a sound that resonated from its very core, a sound that seemed to warp the air around it. The breathing was its breath. Hot-fetid, reeking of earth and decay and something else, something ancient and indefinable, something that made my stomach churn and my head spin. It turned towards me. Or at least I perceived it turning. There were no eyes, no face, no discernible features, just a shifting mass of darkness that seemed to coalesce in my direction, drawn to me, sensing me. The moan intensified, becoming louder, more urgent, laced with a new quality now, a quality of anticipation. I didn't wait to see what it would do. I didn't scream, didn't cry out, didn't even think. I just ran. I ran blindly in the darkness, away from the tent, away from it, away from the breathing, the scraping, the snapping, the moan. I ran as fast as my legs could carry me, stumbling through the undergrowth, crashing through branches, heedless of direction, heedless of anything but escape. The sounds followed me. The scraping, the snapping, the moan, the heavy breathing. They echoed through the trees, pursuing me, driving me on, fueling my panicked flight. I could hear it moving behind me, crashing through the forest. Closer than I wanted to imagine, faster than something that size should be able to move. I ran until my lungs burned, my legs ached, my sides screamed with pain. I ran until I tripped and fell, sprawling onto the forest floor, the breath knocked out of me. I lay there for a moment, gasping for air, listening, terrified that the sounds would be right behind me, that it would be upon me. But the sounds were distant, still there, still audible, but further away. The scraping, the snapping, the moan, the breathing. They were still pursuing, but I had gained some distance. Enough. I didn't know. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the pain, the exhaustion, the terror that threatened to overwhelm me. I had to keep moving. I had to get away. I had to get out of the woods. I ran again, stumbling blindly through the trees, pushing myself beyond exhaustion, driven by the primal instinct to survive. I ran until the first faint hint of dawn began to lighten the eastern sky, a pale, fragile promise of morning. As the light grew stronger, something changed. The sounds, they started to fade. The scraping became fainter, the snapping less frequent, the moan quieter, the breathing receding. As the darkness receded, so did it. The sounds diminished, until they were just echoes in the distance, whispers in the wind. By the time the sun finally broke through the trees, casting long shafts of golden light through the redwoods, the sounds were gone, utterly gone. The forest was silent again, save for the normal sounds of birdsong and rustling leaves, peaceful, beautiful, as if the night's terror had never happened. But I knew it had. I knew what I had heard, what I had felt. What I had seen or not seen in the darkness, it was real. Terribly, undeniably real. I didn't stop running until I reached the trailhead, until I saw my car, a beacon of civilization in the morning light. I stumbled to it, fumbling with the keys, unlocking the door, collapsing into the driver's seat, slamming the door shut, locking it, locking all the doors, as if that flimsy metal could protect me from what I had just escaped. I sat there for a long time, shaking, gasping, trying to catch my breath, trying to calm my racing heart. Slowly, gradually, the shaking subsided, the gasping eased. The terror began to recede, replaced by a bone, deep exhaustion and a lingering, unsettling dread. I looked back at the woods, at the towering redwoods bathed in the morning sun, looking serene, peaceful, beautiful. But now I saw them differently. I saw the darkness beneath the canopy, the shadows that still clung to the deep groves, the ancient silence that held secrets I didn't want to know. I started the car, put it in drive, and pulled away from the trailhead, away from the woods, away from the night sounds. I didn't look back. I just drove, and drove until the redwoods were just a memory in my rearview mirror. I never went camping alone in the woods again, and I never will. Sometimes the wilderness is not a place for empowerment, or peace, or self-discovery. Sometimes it's just dark. And some nights, the sounds you hear in the darkness are not just the sounds of the forest. They are something else. Something ancient, something hungry, something wrong. And some bad decisions, like staying when you know you should leave, can echo in your nightmares for a very, very long time. The night sounds, I still hear them sometimes, in the quiet of my city apartment, in the dead of night. The scraping, the snapping, the moan, the heavy breathing. And I know with chilling certainty that whatever made those sounds in the redwood forest is still out there, waiting, listening, and perhaps hungry. My name is Ryan, and if there's one thing you should know about me, it's that I'm drawn to the unexplored. Not in a Bear Grylls, survivalist kind of way, more like a let's see what's down that path kind of curiosity. Vacations for me aren't about lounging on beaches, they're about venturing into places unknown, breathing in air that hasn't been recycled through city lungs, and maybe, just maybe, stumbling upon something extraordinary. This time, my quest for the unconventional led me to the Whisper Creek Trail. I was on a solo trip, escaping the soul, crushing monotony of my office job, and a quick online search for unique hiking trails near Asheville had thrown up this gem, Whisper Creek Trail. The name itself had a certain allure, a promise of secrets whispered by the wind through ancient trees. It wasn't mentioned in any of the mainstream hiking blogs, which in my book was a massive plus. I wanted off the beaten path, and Whisper Creek seemed to be shouting my name. The morning I set out, the sky was a canvas of bruised purples and oranges, the kind that hinted at a day of dramatic beauty. The drive to the trailhead was longer than expected, the paved road gradually giving way to a bumpy dirt track that seemed to lead to the edge of civilization. When I finally arrived, the trailhead was deserted, eerily so. No other cars, no cheerful chatter of fellow hikers, just my rental SUV and an ominous wooden sign, weathered and almost illegible, that I presumed marked the entrance to the Whisper Creek Trail. Looking back, that should have been my first red flag, a neon sign screaming "Turn back now." But remember that dumb adventurous spirit I mentioned. Yeah, it was in full swing. The silence was thick, broken only by the rustling of leaves in a breeze I couldn't feel, and the distant gurgle of a creek I couldn't see. It wasn't the peaceful silence of nature, it was a silence that felt heavy, expectant, like the woods themselves were holding their breath. The trail started innocently enough, a narrow dirt path winding into the dense woods. But it quickly became apparent why this trail wasn't popular. It was poorly marked, if marked at all. Faded ribbons tied to branches were few and far between, and the path itself was overgrown in sections, as if nature was actively trying to reclaim it. I had to constantly check my footing, navigating around fallen logs and pushing through thickets of ferns that brushed against my legs with an almost sentient touch. The deeper I went, the more unsettling the atmosphere became. The sunlight, which had been bright at the trailhead, was now filtered into weak, fractured beams that barely penetrated the dense canopy overhead. The air grew cooler, damper, and carried a scent that was hard to place, earthy. Yes, but with an undercurrent of something else, something faintly metallic and unsettlingly sweet. It was then that I first felt it, the sensation of being watched. It wasn't a tangible presence, nothing I could point to, just a prickling unease at the back of my neck. A feeling that eyes were on me from the shadows, unseen but undeniably there. I stopped a few times, scanning the woods around me, but saw nothing. Just trees, shadows, and the relentless, watchful silence. I chalked it up to my overactive imagination, fueled by too many horror movies and the isolation of the trail. But then I saw them. At first, I thought they were some kind of quirky trail marker, something unique to Whisper Creek. Hanging from a low, hanging branch, swaying gently in that unseen breeze, was a small wooden doll. Roughly carved, crudely painted, it was undeniably unsettling. It was humanoid in shape, but its features were distorted, grotesque. And then there was the face, or rather, what was carved into its face. It wasn't a face at all, but etched deep into the wood. A spiral, I think, or maybe a stylized eye. I couldn't quite make it out, and honestly, I didn't want to get too close. My initial reaction was confusion, quickly followed by a wave of profound unease. It was just a doll, right? Some weird piece of folk art left behind by a previous hiker. But something about it felt deliberate, intentional, and deeply wrong. I should have turned back then. Any rational person would have. My gut was screaming at me, every instinct for self-preservation blaring like a klaxon. But that damn adventurous spirit, that insatiable curiosity, it whispered louder. What are they? It urged. What do they mean? Don't you want to know? And like an idiot in a horror movie, I listened to the whisper instead of the scream. I told myself it was just a trail decoration, albeit a bizarre one. I told myself I was being paranoid, letting the deserted trail and the creepy silence get to me. I told myself 100 other lies to justify my decision to keep going. So, I kept going, deeper into the woods, and the dolls became more frequent. Not just one or two more, but dozens, hanging from almost every tree, lining the trail like silent wooden sentinels. Each one different, each symbol unique, each face more disturbing than the last. Spirals, triangles, circles with dots in the center, strange, angular shapes that looked vaguely like letters from some unknown alphabet. They were everywhere, watching me, their carved symbols seeming to pulse in the dim light filtering through the trees. The feeling of dread intensified with every step, morphing from unease to a bone, chilling terror that seeped into my very marrow. The woods seemed to close in around me, the trees taller, darker, the shadows deeper. The air grew colder still, and that strange, sweet, metallic scent became stronger, cloying almost sickeningly so. I tried to tell myself it was all in my head, that I was letting my imagination run wild. But the dolls were real, the symbols were real, and the terror icy and suffocating was undeniably, terrifyingly real. I was no longer exploring. I was trapped, drawn deeper and deeper into something ancient, something malevolent, something that whispered secrets in the rustling leaves and watched me with 1,000 wooden eyes. And I had the sickening realization that turning back might no longer be an option. The trail behind me felt just as ominous, just as watched, as the path ahead. I was in Whisper Creek now, and the woods had no intention of letting me go. The air hung heavy, thick with the cloying sweetness that now felt less like a scent and more like a physical presence, coating my tongue, clinging to the inside of my nostrils. Each breath was a labored inhale of dread, each exhale a futile attempt to expel the icy tendrils of fear that were wrapping around my heart. The wooden dolls were relentless. They were no longer just hanging from trees, they were perched on rocks, nestled in the hollows of ancient trunks, even lying half buried in the leaf litter on the trail itself, as if the very ground was birthing these grotesque effigies. The symbols carved into their faces became more complex, more disturbing. The simple spirals and triangles gave way to jagged lines that resembled teeth, circles bisected by what looked like cracks, and symbols that twisted and writhed like tortured figures. Some dolls were adorned with scraps of fabric faded, tattered pieces of what might once have been clothing, now stained and stiff, adding another layer of macabre detail. Others had clumps of hair glued to their wooden scalps, coarse and dark, disturbingly real. I tried to focus on the trail, to put one foot in front of the other, to maintain some semblance of forward motion, but my eyes were drawn to the dolls, compelled by a morbid fascination I couldn't control. Each one was a fresh jolt of terror, a silent scream in the deepening gloom of the woods. I started to feel like they were watching me not just with their carved symbols, but with real eyes, unseen eyes lurking behind the wood, judging, waiting. The sounds of the forest had changed too. The gentle rustling of leaves had morphed into a constant, whispering susurrus, like thousands of voices murmuring just beyond the edge of hearing, too low to understand but undeniably present. The distant creek, which I had heard faintly at the trailhead, was now louder, closer, but it no longer sounded like water. It was a gurgling, bubbling sound, thick and viscous, like something heavy and full was being stirred in its depths. I risked a glance back down the trail, the path I had so confidently strode along just an hour or so ago, but it looked different now, menacing. The trees seemed to lean inwards, their branches clawing at the sky, the shadows deeper, more solid. The dolls were there too, of course, lining the path behind me just as densely as they were ahead, a silent wooden army guarding my retreat. The thought of turning back filled me with a fresh wave of panic. It felt like going back would be walking into the jaws of something just as terrifying, if not more so, than whatever lay ahead. Forward, then. Insanity or not, I had to keep moving forward. As I pressed on, the trail began to climb, winding upwards through increasingly dense undergrowth. The trees were older here, giants that blotted out almost all remaining sunlight, their bark gnarled and twisted, like the skin of ancient, slumbering beasts. The air grew colder still, biting at my exposed skin, and the sweet, metallic scent intensified to the point where it was making my stomach churn. I had to fight down a wave of nausea, the taste of fear bitter in my mouth. Then, I saw something that made my blood run cold, something that transcended the unsettling creepiness of the dolls and plunged me into a realm of pure, unadulterated horror. It was another doll, of course, but different. Larger than the others, almost life-sized. It was hanging from a thick branch directly in the center of the trail, blocking my path. This one was different. It wasn't crudely carved. It was meticulously crafted with smooth, polished wood and intricately painted features. Its face wasn't a symbol, it was a face or a grotesque imitation of one. Wide, staring eyes, painted a milky white, a mouth stretched into a silent, agonizing scream, and hair made of something that looked disturbingly like human hair cascading down its wooden shoulders. And it was wearing clothes. Not scraps of fabric, but actual clothes, a child's dress, faded and torn, but undeniably a dress. Tiny worn shoes were tied to its wooden feet. It was dressed like a child, a dead child. The symbol carved in its forehead was different too. It wasn't one of the abstract shapes I had seen before. This one was a word, scrawled in crude, uneven letters etched deep into the wood was a single word, OST. My breath hitched in my throat. Lost. What did it mean? Lost souls, lost children. Was this some kind of memorial? Some twisted, macabre shrine, or something far, far worse? I couldn't move. I stood frozen, staring at the life-sized doll, the word, Alest, burning into my brain. The whispering in the woods intensified, swirling around me like a vortex of sound, and the gurgling of the creek grew louder, closer, now undeniably thick and viscous, like blood. Then the doll moved. It was just a slight movement, a barely perceptible twitch, but I saw it. One of its painted eyes seemed to flicker just for a fraction of a second. And then again, and again. The silent scream of its wooden mouth seemed to deepen, to become more real, more agonized. My mind screamed at me to run, to flee, to get away from this place, from these woods, from these dolls, from this thing. But my legs were leaden, rooted to the spot, paralyzed by a terror so profound it transcended fear. It was a primal horror, a sense of being in the presence of something ancient and evil, something that had been waiting in these woods for centuries, patiently, hungrily. The doll twitched again, more violently this time. Its wooden head tilted slightly, as if it was looking directly at me, and then it spoke. Not with a voice, not in words I could understand, but with a sound. A low, guttural moan, a sound of unimaginable sorrow and despair, a sound that seemed to emanate not from the doll itself, but from the woods around me, from the very earth beneath my feet. It was a sound that resonated deep within my bones, a sound that spoke of loss and suffering and endless, unending pain. The sound grew louder, more insistent, vibrating through the air, shaking the trees, rattling in my skull. The whispering voices intensified, merging with the moan, becoming a chorus of anguish, a symphony of despair. The gurgling of the creek became a roaring torrent of something thick and dark, and the sweet metallic scent turned into a stench, the coppery tang of blood, the cloying sweetness of decay. I finally broke free from the paralysis, not through any act of will, but through sheer animal instinct. I turned and ran, blindly, desperately, stumbling back down the trail, away from the doll, away from the sound, away from the horror. I didn't know where I was going, didn't care. Just away. Away from Whisper Creek and the woods that whispered secrets of loss and watched with wooden eyes. Away from the dolls and the symbols and the unspeakable terror that had taken root in my soul. But even as I ran, I knew, with a chilling certainty, that I was not escaping. The woods were in me now. The terror was in me now. And the dolls were still watching. I could feel their wooden eyes on my back, burning into my flesh, marking me as one of their own, one of the lost. I ran. I don't know how long or how far. Time became meaningless, swallowed by the all-consuming panic that propelled me forward. The trail, if it could still be called that, was a blur of undergrowth and shadows. Thorns tore at my clothes, branches whipped across my face, but I felt nothing. My only focus was escape, a primal urge to put as much distance as possible between myself and the doll, the sound, the suffocating dread of Whisper Creek. The guttural moan of the doll, that sound of pure, distilled sorrow, echoed in my ears even as I ran. It was as if the sound wasn't just external, but had burrowed into my mind, resonating within my very being. The whispering voices of the woods seemed to chase me, swirling around me like a phantom whirlwind, murmuring secrets of loss and despair. The stench of decay, the cloying sweetness mixed of metallic blood, clung to my nostrils, a phantom smell that wouldn't dissipate, no matter how hard I gasped for clean air. I risked glances over my shoulder, half expecting to see the life-sized doll lumbering after me. its painted eyes burning into my back. But there was nothing, just the endless rows of trees, the deepening shadows, and the ever-present wooden dolls, still hanging, still watching. They were everywhere, it seemed, even as I ran, their numbers undiminished, their silent judgment unwavering. It was as if the woods themselves were alive, sentient, and the dolls were its eyes, its ears, its silent, wooden consciousness. The ground sloped downwards, thankfully, a subtle shift that gave me a sliver of hope that I was actually moving away from the source of the horror, descending back towards the trailhead, towards civilization, towards safety. But even as the terrain changed, the oppressive atmosphere of the woods remained. The trees were still too dense, the shadows still too deep, the air still too cold and heavy, and the dolls were still there. Then I stumbled. My foot caught on a root hidden beneath the leaf litter, and I went down hard, sprawling onto the damp earth, the breath knocked out of my lungs. For a moment I lay there, gasping, disoriented, the forest sounds swirling around me. The whispering voices closer now, almost intelligible. Panic flared anew. I had to get up. I had to keep moving. But my limbs felt heavy, unresponsive, weighed down by a weariness that was more than just physical exhaustion. It was the weariness of the soul, the draining effect of pure, unadulterated terror. As I pushed myself up, my hand landed on something hard and smooth beneath the leaves. I recoiled instinctively, fear spiking again, thinking it was another doll buried and waiting. But it wasn't wood, it was stone. A small, smooth stone, strangely warm to the touch. I picked it up, turning it over in my trembling fingers. It was unremarkable, just a gray river stone worn smooth by water. But as I held it, a strange sense of calm washed over me, a faint lessening of the crushing dread that had been suffocating me. The whispering voices seemed to recede slightly. The guttural moan of the doll faded to a distant echo. The stench of decay lessened, replaced by the faintest hint of fresh earth and pine. It was just a stone, I told myself. A meaningless object. But in that moment, in that terrifying place, it felt like a lifeline, a tiny anchor in a sea of horror. Clutching the stone tightly in my hand, I pushed myself to my feet and started to walk again, not running now, but walking with a renewed sense of purpose, a fragile hope flickering in the darkness. The trail, or what remained of it, began to widen, the trees thinning slightly, allowing weak shafts of afternoon sunlight to penetrate the canopy once more. The air felt a fraction lighter, a fraction less cold, and as I walked, I noticed something else. The dolls were becoming less frequent. Not gone entirely, not yet, but fewer, spaced further apart. And as their numbers dwindled, the oppressive atmosphere of the woods began to recede, slowly, grudgingly, like a retreating tide. The whispering voices faded, the guttural moan became a distant memory, the stench of decay finally dissipated, replaced by the clean, earthy smell of the forest floor. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I broke free of the dense woods. I stumbled out onto the dirt track where I had parked my car, blinking in the relatively bright sunlight, gasping in the clean, untainted air. The trailhead sign, still weathered and ominous, stood sentinel at the edge of the trees, but now it seemed less threatening, more like a marker of a boundary crossed, a nightmare escaped. My rental SUV sat there, dusty and baking in the afternoon sun, a beacon of normalcy in the lingering strangeness of the day. I fumbled for my keys, my hands still trembling, unlocked the door, and practically collapsed into the driver's seat, slamming the door shut as if to physically seal out the woods, the dolls, the horror. I sat there for a long time, just breathing, trying to regain some semblance of composure, the stone still clutched tightly in my hand. The silence outside the car was different now. It was the normal silence of an empty trailhead, punctuated by the chirping of birds and the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze. Peaceful, normal, sane. Eventually, I started the engine, reversed the car, and drove away, not looking back, not stopping until I was miles away from Whisper Creek, miles away from the woods, miles away from the dolls. But even as I drove, as the miles stretched between me and that terrifying place, I knew, deep down, that I hadn't truly escaped. The horror of Whisper Creek had followed me. It was in my mind, in my memories, in my dreams. The image of the life-sized doll, the word Alesti, carved into its forehead, was burned into my brain, an indelible mark of terror. The sound of its moan, the whispering voices of the woods, echoed in my waking thoughts, a constant, unsettling reminder of what I had experienced. And the dolls, even though I was miles away, I could still feel their wooden eyes watching me, judging me, marking me. Every shadow seemed to hold their shape. Every creak of wood sounded like their silent voices. The stone in my hand was cold now, no longer radiating that strange, calming warmth, just a gray, ordinary river stone. It hadn't protected me. It had only offered a brief respite. I knew with a chilling certainty that I would never truly be free of Whisper Creek. The woods had whispered their secrets to me, and those whispers would follow me, always. I was one of the lost now, marked by the dolls, haunted by the sounds, forever shadowed by the unspeakable horror of the unfamiliar trail. And sometimes, in the quiet of the night, I could still smell that cloying sweetness, that metallic tang of blood, and I would hear, just at the edge of hearing, the faint, sorrowful moan of the doll, and the rustling whispers of the woods, calling me back to Whisper Creek, calling me back to the lost. And I knew, with a terror that chilled me to the bone, that one day I might just answer. My name is Chloe, and if there's one thing you need to know about me, it's that I'm always connected. Seriously, always. It's not just a preference, it's practically a reflex. My phone is an extension of my hand, my smartwatch a constant pulse on my wrist, and my earbuds are usually piping in some podcast or playlist, a soundtrack to my life. Some people call it an addiction, I call it efficiency. Why miss a beat, a notification, an opportunity to optimize my day? That's my motto, and it usually works for me. Usually. Even when I try to unplug, to escape the digital deluge, it's like the tendrils of the internet follow me, whispering updates and reminders. Take hiking, for example. Supposed to be this great way to reconnect with nature, right? Get some fresh air, clear your head, listen to the birds chirping and the leaves rustling. And yeah, I appreciate the idea of all that. The Instagram pictures of scenic overlooks and sun-dappled trails. Love them. The reality. Well, the reality is that even surrounded by towering trees and the scent of pine, my brain is still buzzing with to-dos and deadlines. This Saturday, I decided I was going to be virtuous. I was going to embrace nature, disconnect, and all that jazz. I picked out a trail, Bald Mountain Trail. Something moderately challenging, but with supposed panoramic views at the summit. I even told myself out loud that I would leave my phone in my backpack, untouched except for maybe snapping a few photos at the top. Famous last words, right? The drive to the trailhead was beautiful, winding roads that snaked through forests just starting to hint at fall colors. I even managed to keep my phone tucked away, enjoying the scenery and the quiet. For a whole 30 minutes, I was practically a nature convert. Then I parked, laced up my hiking boots, and that's when the first tremor of digital anxiety hit. What if there was an emergency? What if work needed me? What if I missed something important? Ridiculous, I know. I was going on a hike. But the thought burrowed its way into my brain, a little digital tickle that quickly escalated into a full-blown itch. So naturally, my phone came out. Just to check for messages, I told myself, unlocking the screen. Make sure everything's okay before I really disconnect. Famous last words, part 2. 3 notifications. 2 were just social media noise, easily dismissed. The third was an email from my boss, Sarah. Subject line, urgent client question. My stomach did a little flip. Urgent from Sarah usually meant, well, urgent, and client questions were never simple. I sighed, knowing my virtuous nature hike was about to take a detour. I opened the email, scanned it quickly. Yep, complicated. Client needed clarification on something from a proposal I'd sent over, and they needed it now. Okay, deep breaths, Chloe. I could handle this. I was efficient. Remember, I could take a quick call, clarify things, and still enjoy my hike. Totally doable. I stepped onto the trailhead, the gravel crunching under my boots. The air was crisp and cool, the sun filtering through the leaves in dappled patterns. It really was beautiful. For a fleeting moment, I almost regretted pulling out my phone. Almost. Then my phone rang. Work. Of course. It was Sarah. Chloe, hey, got a sec? Hey, Sarah. I answered, trying to sound breezy and outdoorsy, even though I was already feeling a knot of stress tighten in my shoulders. Just starting my hike. What's up? Client X is on the line. They're really stuck on point 3 of proposal. Can you jump on a quick call to walk them through it? It's kind of time sensitive. Time sensitive. The magic word that always made my carefully constructed boundaries crumble. Yeah, sure, no problem. I said, even though it was a problem. It was my Saturday. It was supposed to be my nature escape. But client emergencies trumped everything, didn't they? That's just the way it was. Great, thanks, Chloe. You're a lifesaver. Let me patch you through. And just like that, my hike transformed. The rustling leaves and birdsong faded into background noise, replaced by the insistent voice of Client X and the equally insistent voice of Sarah, immediate in the call. I started walking deeper into the woods, trying to find a spot with better reception. The trail was still there, winding gently uphill, but my focus was completely gone. I was mentally back in the office, back in the world of spreadsheets and deadlines and client expectations. No, Mr. Henderson, what I meant by synergistic integration. I launched into work mode, my brain firing on all cylinders, explaining, clarifying, justifying. I stepped off the main trail, just a few feet, I thought, to get away from the slight breeze that was causing some static. The trees were a little thicker here, the undergrowth a bit denser, but it was still fine. Just a quick call, right? I'd be back on the trail in minutes. Minutes stretched into what felt like an eternity. Clients had a million questions, each one more convoluted than the last. Sarah chimed in occasionally, adding her 2 cents, keeping the conversation flowing. I kept walking, pacing back and forth, still trying to find that elusive perfect reception spot, oblivious to where I was going, to what was around me. The woods were just a backdrop, a green blur at the edge of my awareness. My world had shrunk to the small rectangle of my phone screen and the voices buzzing in my ear. Finally, after what felt like an hour, the call ended. Thanks so much, Chloe. You really saved the day, Sarah said, her voice laced with that familiar mix of gratitude and expectation. Client X mumbled his thanks too, sounding slightly less confused, maybe. I hung up, feeling a strange mix of exhaustion and a weird sense of accomplishment. I'd handled it. Crisis averted. See, efficiency. Took a deep breath, finally registering the silence around me. No more voices buzzing in my ear, just silence. And the rustling of leaves. And wait a minute. Where was the trail? I looked around, blinking, trying to reorient myself. The trees were taller here, darker, the undergrowth thicker and more tangled. The sunlight didn't seem to penetrate as deeply, casting long, distorted shadows. It lit different, menacing even. I turned around, trying to backtrack the way I'd come, but everything looked the same. Trees, bushes, shadows. No trail in sight. Panic started to prickle at the edges of my calm efficiency. Okay, Chloe, don't freak out. Just retrace your steps. You only stepped off the trail for a minute. Wrong. It had been way longer than a minute. Way longer. I pulled out my phone again, my lifeline, my constant companion. Okay? GPS. I muttered, my fingers fumbling slightly as I unlocked the screen. Show me the trail. Show me the way out. That's when I saw it. The battery indicator in the top corner, red, flashing critically low. No. This couldn't be happening. Not now. I tapped the screen, trying to open the Maps app, but everything was sluggish, unresponsive. The phone was dying, literally dying in my hand just when I needed it most. That stupid phone call. That stupid, urgent, time-sensitive phone call. It had led me astray not just from the trail, but from reality itself. And now it was abandoning me, leaving me stranded in this different forest, with nothing but the growing dread in my stomach and the ominous rustling of leaves for company. Answering that call, that one moment of distraction, it really might cost me everything. The phone screen flickered, then went black. Just like that, gone. My lifeline severed. I stared at the blank screen, willing it to come back to life, pressing the power button again and again. But nothing, just a dead, cold rectangle in my hand. It felt heavier now, useless. A cruel irony, really. The very thing that had kept me connected, tethered to the world, had now become a paperweight, a symbol of my isolation. Okay, panic was not going to help. Efficiency, remember. Chloe, you are efficient. You can figure this out. I took another deep breath, trying to tamp down the rising tide of fear. First things first, retrace my steps. I had to have come from somewhere. I started walking in what I thought was the direction I'd come from, pushing through the dense undergrowth, branches snagging at my clothes, leaves crunching under my boots. The silence of the forest was oppressive now, no longer peaceful, but heavy, expectant. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig made me jump. My senses were on high alert, straining to pick up any familiar sound, any sign of the trail. But there was nothing, just trees. So many trees. Towering pines and gnarled oaks, their branches intertwined overhead, blocking out more and more of the already fading sunlight. The air grew colder, damper, and the shadows deepened, stretching and twisting into grotesque shapes that seemed to watch me from the corners of my eyes. I walked for what felt like a long time, my initial brisk pace slowing to a hesitant shuffle. The forest floor was uneven, littered with fallen branches and moss-covered rocks, making each step treacherous. I stumbled a few times, my ankles twisting uncomfortably. My breath started coming in ragged gasps, my heart pounding against my ribs. Dub began to creep in, insidious and chilling. Was I even going the right direction? Everything looked the same. Every tree, every bush, every patch of moss. It was like the forest was deliberately mocking me, presenting an endless, identical maze designed to trap me within its green depths. I stopped again, leaning against the thick tree trunk, trying to catch my breath and gather my thoughts. Think low, think. What did I remember about the way I came? Vaguely uphill, yes. And nothing concrete. Just a blur of green and the insistent voices on the phone. I had been so absorbed in that call, so focused on work, that I had completely tuned out my surroundings. Stupid. So utterly, unforgivably stupid. Self-recrimination wasn't helping. I needed a plan. Okay, plan B. If retracing my steps wasn't working, maybe I could find some landmark. Something that would tell me where I was. A stream, a distinctive rock formation, anything. I started walking again, this time more slowly, scanning my surroundings more carefully. I peered through the trees, hoping to catch a glimpse of something familiar, something different. But the forest remained stubbornly uniform, a green monotony broken only by deeper shadows and patches of pale, filtered sunlight. As I walked, a strange feeling began to settle over me, a sense of unease that went beyond just being lost. It was wrong. Something about this forest felt fundamentally wrong. It wasn't just the deepening shadows or the oppressive silence. It was something subtler. Something that prickled the back of my neck and sent shivers down my spine. The air felt heavy, almost viscous, and the silence seemed to press in on me, muffling even the sound of my own breathing. The trees themselves seemed different somehow, their bark rougher, darker, their branches twisted into unnatural angles. And the shadows were alive. They seemed to writhe and shift, taking on shapes that weren't quite there, fleeting glimpses of something else. I told myself it was just my imagination, the product of fear and exhaustion. But the feeling persisted, growing stronger with every step. It was like the forest itself was watching me, observing my panic, feeding on my fear. Then I heard it. A sound, not the rustling of leaves or the snap of a twig, something else. Faint at first, almost imperceptible. A low, rhythmic humming, or maybe a buzzing. It was hard to tell, muffled by the trees and the silence. I stopped again, straining my ears, holding my breath. There it was again, fainter now, almost gone. But it had been there, something mechanical, unnatural, in the heart of this natural forest. Curiosity warred with fear. Maybe it was the trail. Maybe it was other hikers. Maybe it was something else. But anything was better than this aimless wandering, this growing sense of dread. I decided to follow the sound, or what I thought was the direction of the sound. I pushed through another thicket of bushes, my hands scratched and bleeding, my clothes torn. The humming grew slightly louder, more distinct now. It was definitely mechanical, a low, steady drone that vibrated in the air in my bones. It was unsettling, unnatural, but it was also a direction. The trees thinned out slightly as I walked, and the undergrowth became sparser. The shadows seemed to recede a little, and a faint, sickly yellow light filtered through the canopy. It wasn't sunlight. It was something else, something artificial. And then I saw it, through the trees, a flicker of movement, a flash of color. Hope surged through me, a desperate, fragile thing, civilization, people, the trail, salvation. I pushed forward, faster now, stumbling, almost running, towards the flicker of light, towards the promise of escape. The humming grew louder, almost deafening now, and the air vibrated with it, making my teeth ache and my head spin. And then I broke through the trees into a small clearing, and my hope shattered. It wasn't the trail. It wasn't civilization. It was something else entirely, something far, far worse. In the center of the clearing, bathed in that sickly yellow light, was a tower. Not a natural rock formation, not a fire lookout. A tower of metal and wires rising impossibly high into the canopy, disappearing into the gloom above. It was skeletal, angular, covered in blinking red lights and strange, humming machinery. Wires snaked out from its base, disappearing into the surrounding forest like metallic roots burrowing into the earth. The humming emanated from the tower, a deep, resonant drone that seemed to vibrate the very air around me. And the light wasn't sunlight. It was coming from the tower itself, a sickly, artificial glow that cast long, distorted shadows and painted the clearing in an unnatural, jaundiced hue. It was like something out of a nightmare, something that didn't belong in this forest, in this world. It was alien, intrusive, and utterly, terrifyingly wrong. And as I stood there, frozen in fear, staring at that impossible structure, I realized with a chilling certainty that I was no longer just lost. I was somewhere else entirely, somewhere other. And the phone call that had led me here, that moment of distraction, had not just cost me my way, it had cost me my reality. My breath hitched in my throat, a strangled gasp lost in the oppressive hum of the tower. It stood there, stark and angular against the darkening trees, an impossible intrusion into the natural world. Metal and wires in a place of wood and leaves. Technology where there should only be nature. It was wrong, deeply, viscerally wrong, and the wrongness radiated outwards, infecting the air, the light, everything around it. I wanted to run, to turn and flee back into the familiar, if now menacing, woods. But my feet felt rooted to the spot, my body frozen by a primal fear that went beyond logic or reason. I was trapped, not just physically lost, but trapped in a nightmare made real. Slowly, hesitantly, I took a step closer to the tower. The sickly yellow light intensified as I moved, bathing the clearing in its unnatural glow. The humming grew louder, a deep, resonant drone that vibrated through the ground and up into my bones. It was a physical sensation now, a pressure against my eardrums, a tingling in my teeth. The tower itself was even more disturbing up close. It was constructed from some kind of dark, matte metal, cold and lifeless to the touch. Wires thick as my arm snaked across its surface, pulsing with that eerie yellow light. Strange, unidentifiable machinery was bolted onto its sides. Boxes and cylinders with blinking lights and whirring gears. It looked so industrial, but also alien, like technology from another world or another time. There were no doors, no windows, no obvious way to enter. Just the cold, unyielding metal and the relentless hum. I circled the base of the tower, my hand outstretched, brushing against the cold surface. It felt strangely smooth, almost polished, despite its rough, industrial appearance. As I completed my circuit, I noticed something I hadn't seen at first. On one side of the tower, partially hidden by a tangle of wires, was an opening. Not a door, exactly, more like a jagged tear in the metal, rough, uneven hole just large enough to squeeze through. It was dark inside, pitch black, and the humming seemed to intensify around it, drawing me in like a morbid curiosity. My rational mind screamed at me to stay away, to run, to get as far from this unnatural place as possible. But another part of me, a darker, more desperate part, was drawn to the opening. Maybe, just maybe, there was a way out inside. Maybe this tower, as wrong and terrifying as it was, held the key to escaping this nightmare forest. And besides, what choice did I have? Wandering aimlessly in the woods until my water ran out and the shadows swallowed me whole, that was hardly a better option. Taking a deep breath, steeling my nerves, I squeezed through the opening. The darkness inside was absolute, swallowing the sickly yellow light from the clearing. The humming was deafening now, a constant, throbbing pressure that filled my head and made it hard to think. I stumbled forward, my hands outstretched, feeling for something, anything, in the blackness. The ground beneath my feet was uneven, rocky, and the air inside was cold, colder than the forest outside. It smelled metallic, sterile, with a faint, underlying odor of ozone, or something like burning plastic. It was an unpleasant, artificial smell that made my stomach churn. Slowly, my eyes began to adjust to the gloom. Or maybe it wasn't gloom. Maybe it was just darkness. But as I moved deeper into the tower's interior, I began to perceive faint shapes in the blackness. Walls rough and uneven, like unfinished concrete, cables snaking across the floor, and something else, something moving. A flicker of movement in the periphery of my vision, a shadow shifting in the deeper shadows. I stopped again, my heart hammering in my chest, straining to see, to hear, to understand. The humming was still deafening, masking any other sound. But the movement of it was there. I wasn't imagining it. Slowly, Cautiously, I moved forward again, my senses on high alert, and then I saw it clearly, not just a shadow, but a shape. Tall, thin, vaguely humanoid, moving in the darkness just ahead. It was too dark to make out any details, but I could see the outline, the suggestion of limbs ahead, and it was moving towards me. Fear, cold and paralyzing, gripped me. I wanted to scream, to run, but my voice was frozen in my throat, my legs leaden and unresponsive. I stood there, trapped in the darkness, facing something unknown, something that moved and breathed and existed in this impossible tower. The shape moved closer, and as it did, the humming seemed to intensify, to focus, to emanate from the shape itself. And then, a new sound joined the hum, a clicking, whirring sound like gears grinding or machinery struggling to turn. It was mechanical, unnatural, and deeply unsettling. The shape was closer now, close enough that I could make out more details. It was tall, yes, and thin, almost skeletal. Its limbs were long and spindly, its head small and elongated. And it was covered in wires. Wires and metal like the tower itself. It wasn't human. It wasn't even organic. It was something else. Something constructed, something artificial. A machine, maybe, but a machine that moved and breathed in a way. As it came closer, I could see its face, or what passed for a face. No eyes, no nose, no mouth, just a smooth, featureless plane of metal, broken only by a single, blinking red light in the center. The light pulsed rhythmically, in time with the humming, and as it pulsed, the clicking and whirring sounds intensified. It stopped just a few feet away from me, its tall, thin form looming over me in the darkness. The red light blinked, and I felt a cold, mechanical gaze fix on me, even though it had no eyes. And then it spoke, not with a voice, not in words, but with something else. A transmission, a direct injection of information, emotion, fear. It was hard to describe, but it flooded my mind, a torrent of cold, alien data that bypassed my senses and went straight to my brain. Images flashed behind my eyes, disjointed, fragmented, terrifying. Visions of metal and wires, of humming machinery, of endless forests stretching out beneath a sickly yellow sky, of figures like the one before me moving through the trees, collecting something, harvesting, processing. And then a single word, or what felt like a word, formed in my mind, cold and clear and utterly devoid of emotion. Source. What source? Source. What was it talking about? My phone, the call. The distraction that had led me here. The red light blinked again, closer now, and the humming intensified, pressing in on my skull. The mechanical figure took a step closer, its spindly limbs moving with a jerky, unnatural grace. And I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the bone that it wasn't asking a question. It was making a statement. I was the source, and it had found me. My scream was silent, trapped in my throat, as the mechanical figure reached out a long, wired hand towards me. The last thing I saw before the darkness swallowed me whole was the blinking red light growing larger, closer, burning into my mind like a brand, and the humming, the relentless, inescapable humming that filled everything and became everything. The phone call had led me astray, and now the forest and the tower and whatever this was had answered. My name's Noel, and if there's one thing my mom always said about me, it's that I wear my heart way too close to my sleeve. No, she'd sigh, usually over a lukewarm cup of coffee at our kitchen table. You trust people like they're all walking around with halos on. I'd usually just shrug, maybe crack a joke about needing to update my halo detection software. But deep down, I knew she was right. I'm a sucker for a friendly face, a kind word, a shared interest. It's gotten me into some scrapes, sure, mostly just awkward misunderstandings and wasted time, but nothing truly dangerous. Until now, maybe. It all started predictably online. These days, where else does anything start? I was on this hiking forum, mostly just lurking, enjoying the stunning photos of mountain vistas and redwood forests, dreaming of trails I hadn't yet conquered. I'm a city guy, through and through, concrete jungle raised, but there's this pull towards nature I can't quite explain. It's like my soul needs a detox from the sirens and the endless hum of electricity, a reset button only wilderness can push. Anyway, this guy, Trailblazer77, real original, Ibino messaged me out of the blue. Said he saw my comment on a thread about local trails around here, mentioned he was new to the area, and looking for hiking buddies. His profile pic was generic, some mountain range silhouetted against a sunset, no face to put to the name. but his messages were normal, friendly even. He asked about my hiking experience, what kind of trails I preferred, if I was into photography or just in it for the exercise. All perfectly reasonable stuff. We chatted back and forth for a few days, mostly about hiking gear and favorite trails we'd done in the past. He seemed knowledgeable, enthusiastic, and, well, normal. That's the word that keeps coming back to me, normal. He used proper grammar, cracked a few light jokes, even asked about my job. Nothing that set off any alarm bells, no red flags flapping wildly in the digital breeze. Then he suggested we actually hit a trail together. There's this one I've been wanting to check out. He wrote, Blackwood Forest Trail. Heard it's pretty secluded, great views, not too crowded. Blackwood Forest. I'd vaguely heard of it, tucked away on the outskirts of town. Supposed to be beautiful, but a bit more rugged, less popular than the well-trodden paths closer to the city. Secluded. That word should have made me pause, maybe even backpedal a little. But it didn't. In fact, it kind of appealed to me. I was craving something off the beaten path, a real escape. Sounds cool. I typed back, maybe a little too eagerly. When are you thinking? We settled on a Saturday morning, figuring that would give us plenty of daylight. We agreed to meet at the trailhead parking lot at 8 a.m. He didn't suggest carpooling, which in retrospect was probably the first tiny flicker of something off. But at the time, it just seemed practical. Less hassle, 2 cars, more freedom, normal, right? The day before the hike, we exchanged numbers just in case. Still no voice calls, just texts. He texted me a picture of the trailhead sign, said he was getting directions and wanted to make sure we were on the same page. Again, perfectly reasonable. He even sent a weather forecast, predicting sunny skies and mild temperatures. Prepared. Normal. Everything about this guy screamed normal. Saturday morning rolled around, and I actually felt a little buzz of excitement. New trail, new hiking buddy, a break from the usual weekend routine of errands and takeout. I packed my usual day pack water, snacks, first aid kit map. Compass, old habits die hard, even with GPS on my phone and a decent knife just in case. Again, normal hiking prep. I got to the trailhead parking lot a few minutes early. It was smaller than I expected. Just a gravel patch nestled at the edge of the woods. A couple of other cars were already there, but it was mostly empty. The air was crisp and cool, smelling of pine and damp earth. Perfect hiking weather, just like Trailblazer 77 had said. I leaned against my car, scrolling through my phone, waiting for him to show up. 8 tros at AM came and went. 8 tried 05, 810. A tiny seed of doubt started to sprout in my mind. Was he going to flake? Had I been too trusting? Maybe Trailblazer 77 was just some internet phantom, all talk and no action. Then, a car pulled into the parking lot. A beat-up, older model sedan, dusty and scratched, like it had seen a lot of miles on rough roads. A guy got out. He was taller than I expected, maybe 6 feet, lean but wary with dark, messy hair and eyes that seemed to absorb the morning light. He was wearing hiking boots, cargo pants, and a plain, dark green t-shirt. Practical. Normal. He walked towards me, a hesitant smile playing on his lips. No, he asked. His voice a little deeper than I'd imagined, a slight rasp to it. Yeah, hey, Trailblazer, 77? I stammered, feeling a little awkward saying his online handle out loud. He chuckled a low, quiet sound. Just call me Mark, he said, extending a hand. His grip was firm, almost too firm, and his hand was surprisingly cold. Nice to finally meet you, Mark, I said, shaking his hand. Ready to hit the trail? Absolutely, he replied, that unsettling smile widening just a fraction. Led the way. And that's when the first real shiver went down my spine. It wasn't anything he said or did exactly. It was just something in his eyes. A flicker, maybe. Something that didn't quite match the normal persona he projected online. Something intense. Predatory, even. But I brushed it off. First meeting jitters, maybe. My own overactive imagination. He was just a guy, right? A normal guy looking for a hiking buddy. What could possibly go wrong? Famous last words, I guess. Because as we started walking into the woods, leaving the gravel parking lot and the last vestiges of civilization behind, that feeling of unease started to grow slowly, insidiously, like a vine wrapping itself around my chest, tightening with every step deeper into the shadows of Blackwood Forest. And that smile, that unsettling smile, it was starting to feel less and less like a friendly greeting, and more like a warning. The trail started innocently enough. A well-worn path. Dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves, the sounds of birdsong and rustling leaves filling the air. For the first few minutes, I almost managed to convince myself I was being paranoid. Mark walked beside me, quiet but not aggressively so. He pointed out a few interesting plants, identified a bird call I didn't recognize, and even made a self-deprecating joke about his own clumsy footing on a slightly rocky section of the trail. Normal. See? Just a normal guy. But the further we walked, the more the normal veneer started to crack. The conversation dwindled. Mark became quieter, his responses to my attempts at small talk shorter, almost monosyllabic. He stopped smiling altogether. His face settled into a neutral expression, almost blank, but his eyes were anything but blank. They were intense, focused, constantly scanning the woods around us, like he was searching for something or someone. And that smile, that unsettling smile, it would flicker back onto his face at random moments, unprompted by anything I said or did. It was a quick, tight smile, not reaching his eyes, and it vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving me wondering if I'd even really seen it at all. But I had, and each time it flashed, it felt a little colder, a little more off. The trail itself started to change too. It narrowed, became steeper, the well-worn path giving way to a more rugged, less defined track. The trees grew taller, thicker, blocking out more and more of the sunlight. The birdsong faded, replaced by a deeper, more resonant silence, broken only by the crunch of our boots on the forest floor and the occasional snap of a twig. The air grew cooler, damper, the smell of pine and earth intensifying, becoming almost overwhelming. So, how long have you been hiking around here? I asked, trying to break the growing silence, to inject some normalcy back into the situation. My voice sounded too loud in the stillness of the woods. Mark glanced at me, his eyes lingering a moment longer than felt comfortable. Not long, he said, his voice low, almost a murmur. Just exploring. Exploring, huh? I chuckled weakly. Well, you certainly picked a good place for it. Blackwood Forest is supposed to be pretty vast. He nodded slowly, his gaze drifting back to the trees. Vast, he repeated, the word hanging in the air, heavy with unspoken meaning. And secluded. That unsettling smile flickered again, just for a second. Secluded, he kept using that word. It had sounded appealing online, but out here, deep in the woods, with Mark's increasingly strange behavior, it started to take on a more sinister connotation. Secluded meant isolated, unseen, unheard. If something were to happen out here, no one would know. My heart started to beat a little faster. I told myself it was just the exertion of the uphill climb, the thinning air. But I knew it was more than that. It was the growing sense of unease, the prickling feeling on the back of my neck, the instinct screaming at me that something was wrong. This trail is getting pretty intense, I said, trying to sound casual, but my voice came out a little strained. Are we sure we're still on the right path? I pulled out my phone, pretending to check the GPS, even though I knew there was no signal this deep in the woods. Mark stopped walking, turning to face me fully. His eyes were fixed on mine, that intense, unsettling gaze locking me in place. We're on the right path, he said, his voice losing that slight rasp, becoming smooth, almost hypnotic. The path to deeper. Deeper. He emphasized the word, drawing it out, making it sound like more than just a direction, like a destination, a purpose, a threpper. I repeated, my voice barely a whisper. What do you mean deeper? He took a step closer, and I instinctively took a step back, my hand instinctively reaching for the knife in my day pack. Not to draw it, not yet, just to feel the reassuring weight of it against my palm. Deeper into the woods, he said, his smile widening, becoming less unsettling now, and more predatory. Deeper into ourselves. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead, despite the cool air. I don't understand. He chuckled again, that low, quiet sound. But this time it wasn't friendly, it was mocking. You trust too easily, no, he said, echoing my mother's words, but twisting them, making them sound like an accusation, a weakness. That's what you do, isn't it? You see the good in everyone. You believe what people tell you. What are you talking about? My voice was trembling now, the bravado I tried to project completely gone, replaced by raw fear. He took another step closer, closing the distance between us. I could smell him now, a strange, earthy scent, like damp soil and something else is something metallic, almost like blood. You trusted me, Noah, he said, his voice dropping to a near whisper, his eyes gleaming with something I couldn't quite name but knew instinctively was dangerous. You trusted Trailblazer 77, the normal guy from the internet. You trusted Mark. He paused, letting the name hang in the air. Then that predatory smile stretched across his face again, wider this time, revealing teeth that seemed just a little too sharp, a little too long. But Mark isn't my real name, Noah, he said, and in that moment I knew, with a chilling certainty that went bone deep, that everything I thought I knew about this hike, about this guy, about myself was about to shatter. And this isn't just a hike. He reached into his pocket, his movements slow, deliberate, drawing out the suspense, milking my fear. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the suffocating silence of the woods. I knew it was coming. I knew it with a certainty that paralyzed me, made my legs feel like lead, my breath catch in my throat. He was going to pull out a phone, I thought, to show me something, some proof that he wasn't who he said he was. Or maybe a weapon, a small pocket knife, something to intimidate me further. But what he pulled out of his pocket wasn't a phone, and it wasn't a small pocket knife. It was much bigger, and it glinted in the filtered sunlight, a cold, sharp, terrifying glint of polished steel, a knife. Not a hiking knife, not a multi-tool. A unreal knife, maybe, or something worse. Something designed for something else entirely. And as I stared at that blade held loosely in his hand, that unsettling smile finally vanished completely, replaced by a look that was colder, more predatory, more terrifying than anything I had ever seen before. A look that told me, with chilling clarity, that hiking with a stranger, trusting blindly, wasn't just a bad decision. It was a mistake I might not survive. The knife, it wasn't just the blade itself, though that was terrifying enough, thick, serrated, wickedly sharp. It was the way he held it, almost casually, like an extension of his own hand, a tool he was intimately familiar with. And his eyes, they were locked on mine, cold, devoid of any humanity, reflecting the glint of the steel in a way that made my stomach churn. What is that? I stammered, my voice barely audible, my gaze fixed on the knife, unable to look away. He tilted his head, that predatory smile returning, but this time it was different. Crueler, more confident. This no, he said, his voice smooth as silk, yet sharp as the blade he held. Is opportunity. Opportunity. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of the senseless, to find a rational explanation for the irrational terror gripping me. Opportunity for what? He took another step and another, backing me further down the narrowing trail, deeper into the suffocating embrace of the woods. The trees seemed to lean in, branches like skeletal arms reaching out to snag me, to hold me captive. Opportunity to shed the skin, he murmured, his eyes flickering down to the knife, then back to mine, a strange light igniting within them. To become something more. Shed the skin. The words were nonsensical, chilling in their ambiguity. Was he insane? Some kind of ritualistic killer? My mind conjured up every horror movie trope, every urban legend, every whispered campfire story of hikers disappearing in the wilderness, never to be seen again. You see, Noah, he continued, his voice almost conversational now, the knife still held loosely, but always present, always a threat. Trust is currency. And you, my trusting friend, are rich. He chuckled, a dry, rasping sound that echoed unnervingly in the silent woods. You offered it freely, blindly. And now I'm going to collect. Collect what? I choked out, my throat tight with fear. I knew instinctively that rational questions were pointless. This wasn't a mugging, not a robbery. This was something far more twisted, far more personal. He stopped walking. We were at a small clearing now, a secluded spot just off the trail, ringed by ancient trees that seemed to watch us with silent, malevolent indifference. The air here was colder, heavier, the earthy smell almost overpowering. This was it. This was where it ended. He raised the knife, not threateningly, not yet, but deliberately turning it slowly in the filtered sunlight, admiring the glint of the blade. Your essence, Noah, he said, his voice dropping to a whisper, almost reverent. Your trust, your navy, your innocence. It's potent. Delicious. Innocence. Delicious. He was talking like a vampire or some creature from a nightmare. But this was real. The cold air, the sharp scent of the woods, the glint of the knife, the terrifying intensity in his eyes, it was all horrifyingly, undeniably real. "What do you want from me?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady, to project a semblance of control I didn't feel. Maybe, just maybe, if I could understand what he wanted, I could find a way out. Negotiate. Bargain anything. He smiled again, that predatory, chilling smile. "Everything, no," he said. "I want everything." And then the smile vanished, replaced by that cold, predatory look, the look of a hunter who had finally cornered his prey. He raised the knife higher, pointing it not at me exactly, but towards me, a silent promise of violence. "No," I whispered, shaking my head, backing away again, until my back hit the rough bark of a giant redwood. Trapped. Cornered. No escape. "No, please, I don't understand." He wasn't a sudden, frantic attack. It was deliberate, controlled, almost graceful. He moved with a speed that belied his earlier clumsy gait, closing the distance in a heartbeat, the knife flashing towards me. Instinct took over. Years of city living, of navigating crowded streets and unpredictable situations, kicked in. I didn't think. I reacted. As he lunged, I dropped to the side, twisting my body, narrowly avoiding the downward thrust of the blade. It whistled past my ear, close enough to feel the rush of air, to smell the metallic tang of the steel. He stumbled slightly, off balance for just a fraction of a second. It was all I needed. My hand was already on the knife in my day pack. I ripped it out, the cheap, folding blade snapping open with a metallic click that sounded deafeningly loud in the silence of the woods. It was a pathetic little thing compared to his hunting knife, a flimsy piece of steel meant for cutting rope and opening packages, not for fighting off a predator in the wilderness. But it was something. It was a chance. I turned to face him, holding the knife out in front of me, my hand shaking, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. He was already recovering, turning back towards me, his eyes narrowed, surprised, but not deterred. You have a knife too," he said, a hint of amusement in his voice. How predictable. "Stay back," I yelled, my voice cracking, trying to sound braver than I felt. Just leave me alone." He chuckled again, that dry mocking sound. "Leave you alone. But no, we're just getting started. The shedding, it's about to begin." He raised his knife again, this time not casually, but in a fighting stance, the blade pointing directly at my chest. I knew I couldn't fight him. Not really. He was bigger, stronger, more experienced. And he had that darkness in him, that cold, predatory intensity that made him seem almost inhuman. But I wasn't going to just stand there and let him do whatever he planned to do. I had to try, I had to fight back. I lunged too, not with grace or skill, but with desperation, with the raw, primal instinct to survive. I slashed wildly with my lead, aiming for anything, everything, his arm, his chest, his face, anything to make him back off, to create an opening, to escape. He was too fast. He sidestepped my clumsy attack easily, laughing a chilling, maniacal sound. He parried my blade with his own, the two knives clanging together, a jarring sound of metal on metal that echoed through the clearing. His knife was longer, heavier, easily deflecting my weaker blade. He pushed forward, forcing me back, step by step, towards the edge of the clearing, towards the deeper, darker woods beyond. I stumbled, tripped over a root, falling backwards, landing hard on the damp earth. My knife flew from my hand, skittering away into the undergrowth, lost disarmed, defeated. He stood over me, silhouetted against the filtered sunlight, his hunting knife raised high, casting a long, menacing shadow over my prone body. His eyes burned down at me, cold, triumphant, utterly devoid of mercy. "It's time, Noah," he whispered, his voice thick with anticipation. "Time to shed that skin." I closed my eyes, bracing for the inevitable, for the cold steel, for the darkness. This was it. The end. My trust, my naivete, had led me to this, to the edge of the abyss. My mother was right. I trusted too easily. And now, I was going to pay the ultimate price. But the blade didn't fall. Not immediately. Instead, there was a sound, a different sound. Not the rustling of leaves, not the snap of twigs, not the chilling echo of his laughter. A sound closer, looter. A crashing sound? Like something large moving through the undergrowth, breaking branches, snapping trees. Mark froze, his knife still raised, but his head turning, his predatory gaze shifting, focusing on the woods beyond the clearing. His eyes widened, not with fear, but with surprise, recognition. something I couldn't quite decipher. The crashing sound grew louder, closer, and then something emerged from the trees. Not a person. Something else. Something dark. Something wrong. It was tall, impossibly tall, towering over Mark, over the trees themselves. It was vaguely humanoid in shape, but distorted, elongated, its limbs too long, too thin. Its skin, if it was skin, a sickly, grayish white, stretched taut over bone. Its head was small, almost non-existent, just a pale, featureless bulb perched atop that impossibly long neck. And where its face should be there was nothing. Just smooth, pale skin. But I could feel it. I could feel its presence, heavy, oppressive, malevolent. Mark took a step back, his predatory smile vanishing completely, replaced by a look of something akin to fear. But not fear for himself. Fear for me. For what was about to happen. The creature moved slowly, deliberately, its long, spindly limbs unfolding, reaching out, not towards Mark, but towards me. Towards No, the trusting, knave hiker who had wandered too deep into Blackwood Forest. Towards Noah the offering. Mark stepped back further, lowering his knife, his eyes fixed on the creature, a strange mixture of fear and respect. "Oh, it's here," he whispered, his voice trembling now, the smooth confidence completely gone, replaced by raw, primal terror. "It's come for you." And then he did something completely unexpected. He turned and ran. He fled, disappearing back into the woods, abandoning me, leaving me alone, defenseless, at the mercy of whatever this thing was. The creature turned its featureless face towards me, and I felt a cold dread wash over me, colder than anything I had felt before, colder than the steel of the knife, colder than death itself. This wasn't just a killer. This wasn't just a madman. This was something ancient, something of the woods, something that had been waiting, watching all along. And as it reached down, its long, pale fingers extending towards me, I knew with a chilling certainty that my bad decision, my blind trust, had led me not just to the wrong companion, but to something far, far worse. Something that wasn't just going to take my life. It was going to take everything, and in the silent, watchful depths of Blackwood Forest, no one would ever hear me scream. Sea aves. I breathed, the word catching in my throat like a gasp of cool, damp air. They're like Earth's secrets, Liam. Ever the pragmatist, just adjusted his backpack straps, the nylon rustling in the otherwise silent forest. Secrets that are probably full of bats and spiders live, and definitely no Wi-Fit. We were hiking in the limestone cliffs just outside of town, a place known more for its scenic views than any real wilderness adventure. But for me, Olivia, even a gentle slope could hold the promise of something more, something hidden. I've always been drawn to the Earth's underbelly, the shadowy places where sunlight doesn't reach. Caves, in particular, held an irresistible allure. They were time capsules, geological whispers of millennia past, and I devoured every documentary, every article, every crumb of information about them I could find. "Come on, don't be such a spoilsport." I nudged him playfully, my hiking boots crunching on the loose gravel path. "Think of it as geological exploration. Besides," I added with a conspiratorial wink, "who knows what we might find?" Liam rolled his eyes, but a small smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. He knew my enthusiasm was infectious, even if he pretended to be immune. We'd been friends since kindergarten, a classic case of opposites attract. I was the dreamer, head in the clouds, always chasing the next adventure, while Liam was grounded, practical, the voice of reason in my often impulsive life. He was the one who made sure I packed enough water, checked the weather forecast, and didn't wander off cliff chasing butterflies. In short, he was exactly the kind of friend I needed, even if I didn't always admit it. The trail wound upwards, the limestone cliffs rising on either side, their gray faces streaked with rain stains and clinging vegetation. Sunlight dappled through the canopy of trees overhead, creating shifting patterns of light and shadow on the path. The air was thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth, a smell I found deeply comforting. It was a perfect hiking day, crisp and clear, the kind that made you feel alive and connected to the natural world. We'd been walking for a couple of hours, enjoying the quiet solitude of the trail, when I saw it. A small, dark opening in the cliff face, almost hidden behind a curtain of ivy and ferns. It wasn't marked on any of the trail maps I'd meticulously studied before we set out. It wasn't mentioned in any of the local hiking guides. It was, as far as I could tell, completely undiscovered. My heart skipped a beat. Liam, stop, I exclaimed, grabbing his arm. He stumbled slightly, his brow furrowing in confusion. What is it? Bear. Mountain lion. Please tell me it's not a snake. Liam had a completely irrational fear of snakes, a fact I occasionally teased him about, but secretly found endearing. I pointed towards the hidden opening, my voice hushed with excitement. Look, he followed my gaze, his eyes widening as he took in the small, shadowy cave entrance. It was barely wider than my shoulders, a jagged tear in the rock face that seemed to exhale a breath of cool, earthy air. The entrance was framed by moss, covered stones and trailing vines, giving it an almost fairy tale-like quality, if fairy tales were tinged with a hint of the macabre. A cave. Liam said, his voice laced with skepticism. Seriously, Liv, we're gonna go spelunking now. We didn't bring any gear, no helmets, no ropes, not even extra batteries for our flashlights. Relax. Preparedness, I retorted, already pushing aside the ivy to get a closer look. It's just a small one, probably. A little peek inside, that's all. Think of it as bonus exploration points. I squeezed through the narrow opening, the cool air immediately enveloping me like a damp blanket. The smell inside was different from the forest, heavier, earthier, with a faint, almost metallic tang. My eyes struggled to adjust to the dim light filtering in from the entrance, but even in the gloom, I could see that the cave was indeed small, at least at the opening. The walls were close in, rough and uneven, and the floor was a mix of loose dirt and damp stones. Liam hesitated at the entrance, his silhouette framed against the brighter daylight outside. Liv, I don't know about this, he said, his voice echoing slightly in the confined space. It feels creepy. Creepy good, or creepy bad? I asked, a grin spreading across my face. Creepy bad, he stated flatly, like horror movie creepy bad. You know those movies where they go into a cave and never come out? Oh, come on, Liam, I scoffed, though a tiny shiver of unease did prickle at the back of my neck. Don't be ridiculous. It's just a cave. What's the worst that could happen? We see a few bats, maybe a spider or two. Big deal. I pulled out my phone, activating the flashlight app. A weak beam of light cut through the gloom, illuminating a small section of the cave wall. See, perfectly safe, I said, trying to sound more confident than I actually felt. Just a quick look, and then we can head back to the trail. 10 minutes tops. What do you say? Liam sighed, a sound that seemed to carry more weight in the closed confines of the cave. 10 minutes, he conceded reluctantly. But if it gets too weird, or if we hear anything scratching, we're out of here. Deal. I agreed, my heart already pounding with anticipation. I knew it was a foolish decision, ignoring Liam's perfectly reasonable concerns. But the lure of the unknown was too strong to resist. Curiosity, I told myself, was a fundamental human trait. But deep down, a small, nagging voice whispered that curiosity in the wilderness could be something far more dangerous than just foolish. It could be a death wish. Taking a deep breath, I stepped further into the darkness. Liam reluctantly following behind, his own phone flashlight flickering to life, casting dancing shadows on the cave walls. We were in the hidden cave now, and there was no turning back, not yet. The adventure, or perhaps the nightmare, was just beginning. The air inside the cave immediately felt different, heavier, damper than the sun-drenched forest outside. It pressed in on me. A physical weight, and the earthy smell intensified, tinged now with something else, something vaguely animalistic. My flashlight beam, though weak, danced across the cave walls, revealing rough, gray limestone, slick with moisture in places. Water trickled down the rock face in thin, glistening streams, feeding patches of phosphorescent moss that glowed with an eerie, pale light. It was beautiful in a stark, unsettling way, like the inside of some ancient, petrified beast. Liam shuffled in behind me, his breathing a little too loud in the sudden silence. Okay, 10 minutes, he reiterated, as if reminding himself as much as me. And if I say time to go, we go. No arguments. Understood, Captain Cautious, I replied, trying to keep my voice light. Though the coolness of the cave was starting to seep into my bones, both literally and figuratively. We moved deeper into the cave, the passage narrowing quickly. Soon we were walking single file, the walls closing in on either side. The initial opening had been deceptively spacious. Now, the cave was becoming claustrophobic, the rock pressing in like the walls of a tomb. I could feel the weight of the earth above and around us, a crushing pressure that made my chest tighten. It was exhilarating and terrifying in equal measure. The silence deepened as we moved further in, swallowing the sounds of the forest, the rustling leaves, the distant birdsong. Here there was only the drip, drip, drip of water, the echo of our own breathing, and a growing sense of something else, something listening. Then we heard it. A faint scratching sound coming from somewhere deeper within the cave walls. Scratch, scritch, scratch. It was a dry, grating sound like nails on stone or claws scraping against rock. It was intermittent, stopping and starting, making it hard to pinpoint its exact location. I froze, my flashlight beam wavering. "Did you hear that?" I whispered, my voice barely audible above the drip of water. Liam stopped too, his head cocked, listening intently. His flashlight beam, slightly brighter than mine, jittered nervously across the walls. "Yeah," he said, his voice lower now, a little strained. "What is it?" "I don't know," I admitted, my earlier bravado fading. "Maybe rocks shifting, or animals." Liam repeated, his voice rising slightly in pitch. "What kind of animals would be in a cave this deep?" "Bats, maybe." "But that didn't sound like bats." "Maybe rodents," I suggested weakly, though even to my own ears it sounded unconvincing. Rodents didn't make that kind of scratching sound. This was heavier, more deliberate, somehow malicious. The scratching came again, closer this time, or perhaps just louder. Scratch, scritch, scrape. It seemed to be coming from the wall to our right, just beyond the reach of our flashlight beams. I swung my light towards the sound, my heart hammering against my ribs. Nothing. Just rough gray rock, cold and unyielding. "Hello." I called out, my voice trembling slightly despite my best efforts to sound confident. "Is anyone there?" The only answer was the drip of water and the echoing silence that followed my words. The scratching stopped abruptly, as if whatever was making the sound had heard us and fallen silent. Liam shifted nervously beside me. "Liv, maybe we should turn back," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "This is getting weird," I hesitated. Every instinct screamed in me to agree, to turn around and flee back to the sunlight, to the safety of the forest. But the scientist in me, the explorer, the cave enthusiast, wrestled with that primal fear. What was that sound? What was causing it? Was it just some natural phenomenon, amplified by the echoing cave? Or was it something else? Something alive. Just a little further. I pleaded, my curiosity overriding my common sense. "Just to see what's around the next bend. If we hear it again, or if it gets any creepier, we'll go. Promise." Liam looked at me, his expression a mixture of apprehension and resignation. He knew me too well to argue further when I got like this. He just sighed again, a sound that seemed to carry a heavy weight of foreboding in the confined space. "Fine." He conceded, his voice low. "But 5 more minutes, tops. And if anything jumps out at us, I'm leaving you behind." He was joking, I think, but there was an edge to his voice that made me wonder. We continued deeper into the cave, the passage twisting and turning, descending gradually downwards. The scratching remained silent, but the oppressive atmosphere of the cave seemed to intensify with every step. The air grew thicker, heavier, harder to breathe. It felt stagnant, as if it had been trapped down here for centuries, untouched by the outside world. And the darkness, it was a profound, absolute darkness, deeper than any night I had ever experienced. It was a darkness that seemed to press in on you, to suffocate you, to swallow you whole. Then it happened. Just as we rounded another bend in the passage, Liam's flashlight beam flickered violently, sputtered, and died, plunging us into absolute, impenetrable blackness. "Liam," I gasped, my voice sharp with panic. "What happened?" "Flashlight," he said, his voice tight with fear. "It just died. Batteries, I guess." "But you said you put in new batteries before we left." I protested, my voice rising in panic. "I did," he insisted, his voice strained. "I swear I did. Maybe they were old. Faulty. It didn't matter. The flashlight was dead, and we were plunged into a darkness so complete, so absolute, it was disorienting. My own phone flashlight, already weak, seemed pathetically inadequate against this crushing void. It was like being swallowed by the night itself. We stood there, frozen, our breath catching in our throats. The silence broken only by the frantic pounding of my own heart. The drip, drip, drip of water seemed deafening now, amplified in the absolute stillness. And then we heard it again. The scratching. But this time it wasn't faint. It was close, very close. And it was moving. Scratch, scrape, scritch, it was coming from the walls, yes, but also from the floor, from the ceiling. It was all around us, a chorus of dry, grating sounds closing in. And then a new sound joined the scratching, a whisper, faint at first, barely audible, like the rustling of dry leaves in a phantom wind. But it grew louder, closer, taking shape, forming words, words I couldn't quite understand, but words that resonated deep within my bones, words that chilled me to the core. The whisper was in the darkness, and the scratching was getting closer. We were trapped, utterly and completely trapped, in the black heart of the hidden cave. And something was in there with us, something that scratched and whispered in the dark. And I had a terrible, dawning feeling that whatever it wasn't happy to have company. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through me like shards of ice. My breath hitched in my throat, and my heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the oppressive silence that followed Liam's flashlight dying. Liam, I can't see anything. I choked out, my voice trembling uncontrollably. I know, he hissed back, his voice tight with fear. Just stay calm. Stay close to me. Calm in this absolute blackness, with those sounds closing in. Calm felt like a cruel joke. My phone flashlight, a pathetic excuse for illumination, cast a weak, yellowish circle that barely penetrated the suffocating darkness. It was like holding a candle against a storm. The shadows beyond the small pool of light seemed to writhe and deepen, filled with unseen terrors. The scratching intensified, a relentless, grating sound that clawed at my nerves. Scratch, a scrape, scritchy, it was closer now, definitely closer, and it seemed to be coming from all directions at once, echoing off the unseen walls, bouncing off the unseen ceiling, rising from the unseen floor. It was a symphony of scraping, a cacophony of claws on stone, and it was driving me to the edge of madness. And the whispering, oh God, the whispering. It was no longer just a rustle of dry leaves. It was forming words now, distorted, guttural words that slithered into my ears, bypassing my understanding, going straight to the primal fear centers of my brain. I couldn't understand the language, if it even was a language, but the tone was unmistakable. It was hungry. It was angry. What is that? Lamb whispered, his voice cracking with terror. What's making those sounds? I don't know. I stammered, my mind racing, desperately trying to find a rational explanation, any explanation to cling to. Maybe wind. Itchus. There must be a draft somewhere, moving rocks, making noises. But even as I said the words, I knew they were lies. There was no wind in this deep, airless tom. These weren't natural sounds. This was something else. Something intentional. The scratching grew louder, closer still, and the whispering intensified, swirling around us, a vortex of sound in the impenetrable darkness. I could feel my breath coming in ragged gasps, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst. My legs trembled, threatening to give way beneath me. I wanted to run, to flee, to escape this suffocating darkness, but I didn't know which way to go. We were lost, utterly and completely lost, in the black heart of the hidden cave. Suddenly, something brushed against my leg, a cold, clammy touch, like wet stone, but moving. I screamed, a raw, animal sound torn from my throat, and stumbled backwards, tripping over a loose rock, falling hard onto the damp cave floor. Liv. Liam yelled, his voice tight with panic. He fumbled in the darkness, reaching for me, his hand brushing against mine. His touch was ice cold, his fingers trembling. Something touched, I gasped, scrambling back to my feet, my eyes wide, uselessly straining to see in the darkness. Something cold and wet. The scratching intensified again, closer than ever now, right beside us, it seemed. Scratch, scrape, scritch, and the whispering, it was right there, in my ear now, a guttural murmur that seemed to vibrate in my very bones. I still couldn't understand the words, but now, I didn't need to. The meaning was clear. We were intruders, we were prey. And it was hungry. We have to get out of here, Lamb shouted, his voice barely audible above the cacophony of scratching and whispering. Now, which way is back? I had no idea. In the darkness, disoriented and terrified, I had completely lost my sense of direction. The cave passages all looked and felt the same, rough, cold, and utterly black. We were blind, stumbling in the dark, hunted by something unseen, unheard, but undeniably present. I wailed, tears welling up in my eyes, blurring my already useless vision. I'm lost. I don't know which way to go. Just move, Liam yelled, grabbing my hand, pulling me to my feet. Anyway. Just move. Before it. He didn't finish the sentence, but he didn't need to. We both knew what it was capable of. We could feel it in the oppressive atmosphere, in the chilling whispers, in the relentless scratching that seemed to be closing in, trapping us, cornering us. We stumbled forward, blindly, desperately, my phone flashlight beam bouncing wildly, casting fleeting shadows that danced and read like phantoms. We tripped over rocks, scraped our hands against the rough walls, stumbled and fell, again and again, driven forward by sheer terror, by the primal instinct to survive. The scratching followed us, relentless, always just behind us, just beside us, a constant reminder of the unseen presence that stalked us in the darkness. The whispering swirled around us, mocking us, taunting us, its guttural words echoing in the confined space, filling our minds with dread. We ran or stumbled or crawled, I don't even know anymore. Time lost all meaning in that black abyss. There was only the darkness, the sounds, the terror, and the desperate, frantic urge to escape. I don't know how long we stumbled through that black labyrinth. Minutes. Hours. It felt like an eternity. Then, just when I thought I couldn't take it anymore, when my lungs were burning, my legs were screaming, and my mind was teetering on the brink of collapse, I saw it. A faint glimmer of light, a tiny pinprick of brightness in the absolute darkness. It was so faint, so distant, I almost dismissed it as a hallucination, a trick of my panicked mind. But it was there, a tiny spark of hope in the overwhelming darkness light. Could it be? Liam, I gasped, pointing towards the faint glimmer, my voice hoarse, barely a whisper. I see light. Maybe it's the entrance. Liam followed my gaze, his breath catching in his throat. Light, he croaked, his voice weak with exhaustion and fear. Are you sure? Or is it just your eyes playing tricks? I don't know, I sobbed, tears streaming down my face now, mingling with the sweat and grime. But it's light. We have to try. We have to go towards it. With a surge of desperate hope, fueled by adrenaline and terror, we stumbled towards the faint glimmer of light. It seemed to recede at first, mocking our efforts, leading us deeper into the darkness. But we kept going, driven by the desperate need to escape, to reach the light, to get out of this nightmare. And then, slowly, agonizingly slowly, the light began to grow. It became brighter, stronger, more real. And as it grew, the scratching began to fade, to recede, to become fainter, more distant. The whispering, too, began to diminish, its guttural murmur softening, becoming less insistent, less menacing. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, we stumbled out of the darkness, blinking against the sudden, almost blinding light of the forest. We collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, our bodies shaking, our minds reeling. The sunlight felt warm on my skin, the air smelled clean and fresh. The sounds of the forest, the birdsong, the rustling leaves were like a symphony of life after the deathly silence of the cave. We were out. We were alive. We had escaped the dark heart of the hidden cave. But even as I lay there, panting, shaking, bathed in the blessed sunlight, I knew that something had changed. Something had been awakened in that darkness. Something ancient and malevolent. And I had a terrible feeling that we hadn't truly escaped. That we had brought something back with us. Something that still scratched and whispered in the dark corners of my mind. And that curiosity, my fascination with the Earth's secrets, might have just become a death wish after all. The forest was silent around us. The sunlight dappled through the leaves. The birds sang their cheerful songs. But in my ears, I could still hear it. Faint but persistent. The scratching and the whispering. And I knew with a chilling certainty that they would never truly go away. Not ever. My name is Ethan, and I guess you could call me an outdoorsy type. Not in the Bear Grylls, wrestle, crocodile kind of way, more like the appreciate nature from a safe distance kind of guy. I enjoy a good hike, the kind that gets your lungs working and your legs burning, but also rewards you with panoramic views and that crisp, clean air that smells like pine and damp earth. Wildlife. Sure, I respect it. Admire it, even. From afar, give me a deer gracefully leaping through the woods, a hawk circling majestically overhead, and I'm content. We coexist, they do their thing, I do mine, everyone's happy. That's always been my philosophy. Growing up in suburban Connecticut, wildlife mostly meant squirrels raiding bird feeders and the occasional raccoon tipping over trash cans. Exciting. Not really. But then I moved out west for college, and suddenly wildlife took on a whole new meaning. Mountains replaced manicured lawns, forests replaced fenced-in yards, and the animals, well, they got a whole lot bigger and a whole lot less suburban. Bears, mountain lions, elk, creatures that commanded respect, creatures that reminded you, in no uncertain terms, that you were a visitor in their domain. I learned to hike with a healthy dose of caution, carrying bear spray, making noise on the trail, and keeping a watchful eye on my surroundings. It became second nature, a part of the ritual of heading into the wilderness. You don't go into their home acting like you own the place. You're a guest, and you need to behave accordingly. That's rule number one, and I've always lived by it. This particular hike was in Redwood National Park in Northern California. Towering redwoods, ancient and silent, casting long shadows even the midday sun. The air was cool and damp, the scent of redwood needles thick and earthy. It was breathtaking, inspiring in a way that only nature on this scale can be. I'd convinced my friend Ben to join me. Ben's more of a city guy, prefers concrete jungles to actual jungles, but I'd promised him a transformative experience, a chance to disconnect and recharge. He'd reluctantly agreed, mostly, I suspect, because he was between jobs and had nothing better to do. "Are you sure about this, Ethan?" Ben had asked as we stood at the trailhead, gazing up at the imposing trees. He was adjusting his brand new hiking backpack, looking thoroughly uncomfortable. His hiking boots were squeaky clean, and his clothes looked like they'd just been pulled from a department store mannequin. He was clearly out of his element. "Positive," I'd replied, grinning. "It'll be amazing, you'll see." Famous last words, right? The trail started gently enough, wending through ferns and undergrowth, the redwoods rising like colossal sentinels on either side. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns, creating an ethereal, almost otherworldly atmosphere. For a while, Ben actually seemed to be enjoying himself. He even put his phone away, a minor miracle in itself. We talked mostly about mundane things, work, relationships, the usual stuff, but even those ordinary topics seemed to take on a different quality in the presence of such ancient grandeur. As we hiked deeper into the forest, the trail began to climb, becoming steeper and rockier. The undergrowth thinned out, replaced by a carpet of redwood needles and fallen branches. The air grew cooler, the silence deeper. The sounds of civilization faded away, replaced by the rustling of leaves, the chirping of birds, and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. It was the kind of silence that wasn't empty, but full of the quiet hum of the natural world, the subtle symphony of life unfolding around you. We rounded a bend in the trail, and that's when we saw it, a bear cub. Right there, in the middle of the path, maybe 50 feet ahead of us. It was small, fluffy, and undeniably adorable, dark brown fur, rounded ears, and those clumsy, endearing movements that only baby animals possess. It was sniffing at the ground, seemingly oblivious to our presence, completely engrossed in whatever fascinating scent it had discovered. My first reaction was excitement. A bear cub. In the wild. It was exactly the kind of wildlife encounter I secretly hoped for, the kind you read about in nature magazines or see in documentaries. Ben, too, seemed captivated. He stopped dead in his tracks, his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and something else. Maybe a hint of apprehension. I was too caught up in the moment to notice. "Whoa," Ben breathed, his voice barely a whisper. "Look at that." "I know, right?" I replied, equally hushed. "Amazing." And then the unbelievably stupid idea popped into my head. A photo. I had to get a photo. It would be incredible, a once-in-a-lifetime shot. Proof of our amazing encounter, a story to tell for years to come. My phone was in my pocket, camera app ready to go. All I had to do was get a little closer. Just a little. Looking back, I can't explain what possessed me. It wasn't arrogance, not exactly. More like a temporary lapse in judgment, a moment of pure, unadulterated stupidity. I knew the rules, I knew the dangers, I knew better. But in that instant, all I could see was the adorable cub, the perfect photo opportunity, the bragging rights, the primal instinct to capture, to possess, to document. It overrode everything else. "Stay here," I murmured to Ben, already taking a step forward. "I'm just going to get a little closer for a picture." Ben didn't say anything, just stared at me with that wide-eyed look, a look that now, in retrospect, I recognize as pure, unadulterated horror. But I was already moving, stepping off the trail, carefully picking my way through the undergrowth, my eyes fixed on the cub. It was still there, still sniffing, still oblivious. Easy peasy, I thought. Just a few more steps, and then the forest exploded. Not literally, of course, but that's what it felt like. A sound ripped through the quiet woods, a guttural roar that vibrated in my chest and sent shivers down my spine. It wasn't just loud, it was primal. Furious. Terrifying. The cub, startled, looked up. Its innocent baby bare face suddenly replaced with an expression of alarm. And then she appeared. The mother bear. She seemed to materialize out of thin air, a massive, hulking shadow emerging from the trees. She was huge, impossibly huge, her fur thick and matted, her claws like sharpened daggers. And her eyes, those eyes, they were fixed on me, burning with a rage that was ancient and absolute. A mother's fury protecting her young. It was a force of nature, raw and untamed. In that instant, all thoughts of photos, of bragging rights, of anything other than survival vanished from my mind. The adorable cub was forgotten. The majestic redwoods faded into the background. There was only the beer in me, and the terrifying, undeniable truth that I had made a colossal, potentially fatal mistake. I had crossed a line, violated a primal boundary, and now I was about to face the consequences. My blood ran cold. My breath hitched in my throat. My legs turned to lead. Panic, raw and visceral, clawed its way up my spine and seized control of my brain. All the carefully learned rules, all the cautious hiking habits, all the respect for wildlife, it all evaporated in the face of that terrifying maternal rage. Reason fled, replaced by instinct. And instinct screamed one thing, and one thing only: run. I didn't think, I didn't plan, I just reacted. I spun around, stumbled back towards the trail, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. Behind me, the roar came again, closer this time, even more furious. I didn't need to look to know she was coming. I could feel her presence, the weight of her anger, the raw power of her pursuit. Ben. I yelled, my voice cracking with fear. Run. Beer. I didn't wait to see if he heard me, if he was following. I just ran. I ran like I'd never run before. Adrenaline coursing through my veins, fear lending wings to my feet. Branches whipped at my face, thorns tore at my clothes. The uneven ground threatened to trip me at every step. But I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. Not with that sound behind me, that terrifying roar that echoed through the forest, driving me forward, pushing me to the very limits of my physical and mental endurance. The image of those enraged eyes, the sheer unadulterated fury in them, was burned into my memory. The raw power of the animal, the terrifying speed of her charging it, was all imprinted on my mind. A primal lesson learned in the most terrifying way imaginable. Approaching wildlife, especially mothers with cubs, it's not just a bad decision. It's a violation of trespass. And sometimes, in the wilderness, trespasses are punished with primal consequences. The roar was deafening, closer now, a guttural bellow that ripped through the forest and echoed in my very bones. I didn't dare look back, didn't dare break my stride. My lungs burned, my legs screamed, but the primal fear propelling me forward was stronger than any physical pain. Branches snagged in my clothes, thorns tore at my skin, but I pushed through blindly, desperately, my only focus the receding trail ahead. Ben. I yelled again, my voice ragged, gasping for air. Ben, are you there? Run. I heard a crashing sound behind me, branches snapping, undergrowth being trampled. It was impossible to tell if it was Ben or the beer, or both. I just kept running, fueled by terror and adrenaline, praying that Ben was somewhere behind me, still alive, still running too. The trail twisted and turned, winding through the dense redwood forest. Each turn offered a momentary illusion of escape, only to reveal more trees, more shadows, more terrifying silence punctuated by the relentless crashing behind me. My mind raced, a chaotic jumble of fear and regret. Regret for my stupidity, for getting too close, for putting us both in this deadly situation. Fear for my life, for Ben's life, for the sheer, terrifying power of the creature pursuing us. I stumbled, my foot catching on a root, and for a heart-stopping moment I thought I was going down. I flailed, arms windmilling, desperately trying to regain my balance. Somehow I managed to stay upright, my ankle twisting painfully. But I kept going, driven by the absolute certainty that if I fell, if I stopped, I was dead. The roar came again, closer still, almost right behind me now. I could feel the ground vibrating with the bear's heavy footfalls. I risked a quick glance over my shoulder, just for a split second, a fleeting glimpse through the trees. And what I saw, it was enough to amplify my terror tenfold. She was there. Massive, brown-furred, a blur of motion and fury, closing the distance with terrifying speed. Her head was low to the ground, her eyes fixed on me, burning with that same primal rage I'd seen before. Her mouth was open, teeth bared, a low growl rumbling from deep within her chest. She was gaining on me, fast. Panic threatened to overwhelm me completely. My breath hitched, my vision blurred. My legs felt like they were filled with lead. I wanted to collapse, to give up, to just curl up in a ball and wait for the inevitable. But something deep inside me, some primal survival instinct, refused to let go. It screamed at me to keep moving, to keep fighting, to keep running. I pushed harder, digging deeper, finding reserves of strength I didn't know I possessed. I pumped my arms, lengthened my stride, focused every ounce of my being on putting distance between myself and the pursuing bear. The trail seemed to stretch on forever, a never-ending labyrinth of trees and shadows, offering no escape, no refuge. And then, through the trees ahead, I saw it, a break in the forest, a patch of sunlight, a glimpse of something else. Not trees, open space. The trailhead. Could it be? Hope, fragile and tentative, flickered in my chest. If I could just reach the trailhead, maybe we had a chance. Maybe there would be other people, cars, some semblance of safety. I poured on the speed, sprinting now, ignoring the pain in my ankle, the burning in my lungs, the stitch in my side. The roar behind me was still there, relentless, terrifying, but it seemed further away. Or was that just wishful thinking? I couldn't tell. I just kept running, focused on that patch of sunlight, that distant promise of escape. The trees thinned out, the sunlight grew brighter, and then suddenly I burst out of the forest and into the clearing, the trail empty. No cars, no people, just the wooden sign marking the start of the trail and the vast expanse of the parking lot beyond. Desolation. My fragile hope shattered. We were still alone. But the open spaces, that was something. No trees to block my path, no undergrowth to trip me up, just open ground. Maybe, just maybe, I could outrun her in the open. It was a desperate gamble, but it was all I had left. I veered off the trail onto the gravel of the parking lot and kept running, my eyes scanning frantically for any sign of Ben, any sign of anything. Still nothing. Just the empty parking lot, the silent trees, and the terrifying roar that was still echoing from the forest behind me. And then I saw her again. She emerged from the trees, a dark shape against the sunlight, and stopped at the edge of the forest, at the trailhead. She stood there, massive and imposing, her eyes fixed on me, her chest heaving, her growl a low, rumbling threat. She didn't pursue me into the open. She just stood there watching, asserting her dominance, making sure I understood. I had entered her domain, violated her space, threatened her cub, and she had chased me away. She had made her point. For a long, agonizing moment, we remained locked in that terrifying standoff. Me panting, terrified, stranded in the open parking lot. Her massive, powerful, the undisputed queen of her forest realm, standing at the edge of the trees, watching me, judging me. And in her eyes, I saw not just anger, but something else. Disdain, tempt. A cold, primal indifference to my pathetic human fear. Then, slowly, deliberately, she turned away. She lumbered back in the trees, disappearing into the shadows as silently as she had appeared. The roar faded, replaced by the rustling of leaves, the chirping of birds, the normal sounds of the forest. Sounds that now seemed utterly surreal, utterly detached from the terror that had just unfolded. I stood there, frozen, for what felt like an eternity, my body trembling, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The silence of the forest pressed in on me, heavy and oppressive, no longer peaceful, but menacing, filled with unseen eyes and unheard threats. The adrenaline began to ebb, replaced by a bone-deep exhaustion, a cold, creeping dread, and then a sound, faint, distant, but unmistakable. Footsteps. Crashing through the undergrowth coming from the trail, from the direction of the forest. Ben, he was alive. He was coming. Relief so intense it almost brought me to my knees, washed over me. I wasn't alone. I wasn't alone. We had both made it. Barely. I waited, heart pounding, until he emerged from the trees, stumbling, panting, his face pale, his eyes wide with terror. He looked like he'd been dragged through a briar patch, clothes torn, scratches on his face and arms, but he was standing. He was alive. Ethan, he gasped, his voice hoarse. Oh my God, Ethan, did you see it? Yeah, I croaked. My own voice barely a whisper. I saw it. We both saw it. We stood there for a moment, just staring at each other, two shaken, terrified figures in the empty parking lot, the silent forest looming behind us like a living nightmare. The image of those enraged eyes, the raw power of the animal, was still burned into my memory, just as I had described in my thoughts earlier. But now, it was more than just an image. It was a visceral reality, a terrifying reminder of the primal consequences of bad decisions in the wilderness. And I knew with a chilling certainty that I would never forget it. "Did you see it?" Ben repeated, his voice still trembling, his eyes darting nervously towards the tree line where the bear had vanished. He was covered in dirt and leaves, his new hiking clothes ripped in several places, but he was physically okay, just shaken to the core just like me. "Yeah, I saw it," I replied, my voice still hoarse. "Too close. Way too close." We stood there for a few more minutes, catching our breath, letting the adrenaline slowly drain away, replaced by a heavy, lingering sense of unease. The silence of the forest felt different now, no longer peaceful, but charged with a palpable sense of threat. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig made us jump. We were hyper-aware, our senses on high alert, expecting the bear to reappear at any moment, to come charging out of the trees again. Finally, Ben spoke, breaking the tense silence. "Well, we need to get out of here." It wasn't a question, it was a statement of fact, and I couldn't agree more. The hike was over. The transformative experience I'd promised Ben had definitely happened, but not in the way I'd envisioned. All I wanted now was to put as much distance as possible between ourselves and this forest, this place of primal terror. "Yeah," I said, nodding. "Let's go." We started walking, quickly at first, then settling into a fast, almost frantic pace. We didn't talk, didn't need to. We were both running on autopilot, driven by the same urgent need to escape. We retraced our steps. Back along the trail, back towards civilization, back towards safety. Or what we hoped was safety. The parking lot was still empty, but further down the road, we could see other cars, other people. The faint promise of human presence. It felt like hours, though it was probably only minutes, before we reached the edge of the park, the boundary between the silent, menacing wilderness and the familiar, reassuring world of roads and buildings and human activity. We practically stumbled out of the trees and onto the paved road, gasping for breath, our legs aching, our bodies trembling. We didn't stop until we reached Ben's car. We piled in, slamming the doors shut, locking them automatically, as if that thin layer of metal could truly protect us from the primal force we had just encountered. Ben fumbled with the keys, his hands shaking so badly he could barely get them into the ignition. Finally, the engine sputtered to life, and we pulled out of the parking lot, leaving the redwoods behind, receding in the rearview mirror. As we drove away, neither of us spoke. The silence in the car was different from the silence of the forest. It was heavy, laden with unspoken fear, with the weight of what we had just experienced. I glanced at Ben. He was staring straight ahead, his knuckles white on the steering wheel, his face pale and drawn. He looked like he'd aged 10 years in the last hour. I probably looked the same. We drove all the way back to Ben's cabin in silence. Once there, we practically collapsed inside, sinking into the worn-out armchairs, too exhausted to even speak. The cabin felt safe, solid, a refuge from the wilderness, but even within its walls, the feeling of unease lingered. The image of the bear, those enraged eyes, was still vivid in my mind, replaying itself over and over again like a terrifying loop. Later that evening, after showers and a fitful attempt at eating something, we finally started to talk. Hesitantly at first, then more freely, as the need to process what had happened, to make sense of it, became overwhelming. We recounted the encounter, each filling in the gaps in the other's memory, piecing together the fragmented moments of terror. Talking about it helped a little. It took some of the edge off the raw fear, allowed us to start to rationalize, to understand what had happened. It was my fault, I admitted. My stupid decision to get closer for a photo. My arrogance, my temporary lapse in judgment. Ben didn't blame me, not really. He was just as shaken, just as terrified. But he understood. We had both learned a harsh, unforgettable lesson about respecting wildlife, about respecting the boundaries of the natural world. But even as we talked, even as we tried to reassure ourselves that it was over, that we were safe, that we had escaped, a deeper, more insidious fear began to creep in. It wasn't just the immediate terror of the bear encounter. It was something else, something lingering. A sense of being watched, of being followed, of being haunted. Every shadow in the cabin seemed to deepen. Every creak of the woods seemed to amplify. Every rustle of leaves outside the window sounded like the approach of heavy footsteps. We were jumpy, on edge, constantly looking over our shoulders, expecting to see what? The bear. Probably not. But something else. Something unseen, something primal. Sleep was fitful, plagued by nightmares. I dreamt of the bear, of those enraged eyes, of the terrifying roar. I woke up in a cold sweat, heart pounding, the silence of the cabin suddenly feeling oppressive, menacing. Ben, in the next room, was tossing and turning, muttering in his sleep. We were both trapped in the aftermath of the encounter, haunted by the memory of the bear, by the primal fear it had awakened within us. The next day, we drove back to the city. The familiar sights and sounds of civilization were a relief, a welcome return to normalcy. But even amidst the noise and bustle of urban life, the feeling of unease persisted. The city felt thin, somehow a fragile veneer of civilization stretched over something older, something darker, something still wild. And I couldn't shake the feeling that it was watching, waiting, remembering. Weeks turned into months. Life went back to normal, or as normal as it could be. Ben got a new job. I went back to my routine. We both tried to move on, to put the bear encounter behind us. But the memory lingered, a dark stain on our consciousness, a constant, low, level hum of fear in the background of our lives. I found myself avoiding parks, avoiding forests, avoiding any place that felt too wild. The outdoors, once a source of peace and recreation, now felt threatening, unpredictable, dangerous. The respect for wildlife I'd always felt had curdled into something else, something darker, something closer to fear. And it wasn't just fear of bears, specifically. It was a more generalized fear, a fear of the wild, of the untamed, of the primal forces that still lurk beneath the surface of the civilized world. Sometimes late at night, when the city noises faded and the silence deepened, I would still hear it. Not the roar, not exactly. More like a whisper. A rustle of leaves, a snap of a twig, a low growl carried on the wind. And in my mind's eye, I would see them again. Those enraged eyes, burning with primal fury, fixed judging me, reminding me of my stupidity, my trespass, my near fatal mistake. And I knew with a chilling certainty that even though we had escaped the forest, we hadn't escaped the haunting. The animal encounter was over, but the primal consequences, they were still with us. Burned into our memories, etched into our souls, a permanent reminder of the wildness that still exists, just beyond the edge of our comfortable, civilized world. And sometimes I still wonder when I hear that whisper in the night, if it's just my imagination or if she's still out there, watching, waiting, remembering too. And if one day she might come looking for me to finish what she started on that trail in the redwood forest. They call me Sophia, and if there's one thing you need to know about me right off the bat, it's that I run on the thirsty side. Like desert in my mouth, parched earth, kind of thirsty. It's not just a physical thing, it's almost a personality trait. My friends joke I could dehydrate a cactus in a snowstorm. Maybe that's a slight exaggeration, but you get the picture. Water and I, we have a very close, very dependent relationship. This isn't usually a problem in everyday life. I carry a water bottle like it's an extra limb, refilling it religiously. But out on the trail, that's a whole different ball game. You can't exactly lug gallons of the stuff when you're trying to conquer a mountain, or even just a decent-sized hell. And that's where my inherent thirstiness tends to get me into trouble. I'd always been drawn to hiking, the act of escaping the city's concrete jungle for the raw, untamed beauty of nature. The fresh air, the panoramic views, the feeling of pushing your body and mind, it all sounded incredibly appealing. What I conveniently glossed over in my romanticized vision were the less glamorous aspects, the sweat, the exhaustion, the bugs, and, you guessed it, constant battle against dehydration. This particular hike was supposed to be a moderate challenge, according to the trail guide. Scenic loop with varied terrain, approximately 6-8 hours. Perfect for a weekend adventure, I'd thought. I'd even convinced my friend Liam to come along. Liam is the sensible one, the voice of reason in my often impulsive life. He's also in annoyingly good shape and never seems to break a sweat, let alone complain about being thirsty. I figured having him along would be a good counterbalance to my tendencies. The morning started out idyllic. The sun was shining, birds were chirping, and the trail wound invitingly into the dense forest. We set off at a good pace. Liam leading the way with his annoyingly long strides, me huffing slightly behind, trying to keep up and mentally calculating how much water I'd already consumed. I'd started with a full 3-liter hydration pack, which I'd confidently assumed would be more than enough for a moderate hike. Famous last words, right? The first couple of hours were great. The trail was indeed scenic, meandering through towering pines and dappled sunlight. We chatted, pointed out interesting flora and fauna, and generally enjoyed the camaraderie of shared physical exertion in a beautiful setting. I took regular sips from my hydration pack, trying to ration my supply, but even then, I could feel the level dropping steadily. Liam, meanwhile, seemed to be barely touching his water bottle. Show off. As we climbed higher, the terrain started to get a bit more challenging. The very terrain mentioned in the guide turned out to be code for increasingly steep and rocky. The sun climbed higher too, beating down through the thinning canopy. Sweat plastered my hair to my forehead, and my tongue started to feel like sandpaper. I checked my hydration pack again. Definitely less than half full. Panic, that familiar prickly sensation, started to prickle at the edges of my awareness. "How are you doing on water?" I asked Liam, trying to sound casual, like it was just a general inquiry, not a desperate plea for reassurance. He shrugged, pulling out his water bottle and taking a small sip. "Fine. Still got plenty." Yeah, good," I lied, forcing a cheerful tone that probably sounded about as convincing as a cardboard raincoat in a monsoon. "Just admiring the scenery." He gave me a look, that knowing, slightly exasperated look that meant he saw right through me. But thankfully, he didn't press it. Maybe he figured I'd learn my lesson eventually, or maybe he just didn't want to hear me whine about being thirsty. Either way, I was grateful for his silence. We continued to climb, the trail now a relentless uphill slog. My legs were starting to burn, my breath was coming in ragged gasps, and the thirst was becoming a gnawing, insistent ache in my throat. Every swallow of water felt like a precious jewel, savored and then murned as it disappeared. I started to ration even more strictly, taking tiny sips, just enough to wet my mouth, but it was barely making a dent in the growing discomfort. Then, just when I was starting to feel like my internal organs were shriveling up like prunes, I heard it. The sound of water. Not the roaring rush of a waterfall, but a gentler, more subtle sound. A soft gargling, a liquid murmur that cut through the rustle of leaves and the drone of insects. Hope, sharp and sudden, flared in my chest. "Liam, did you hear that?" I asked, my voice hoarse. He stopped, tilting his head, listening. "Yeah, sounds like water." My heart leaped. Water. Real, actual water, not the dwindling, tepid dregs in my hydration pack. We veered off the main trail, following the sound, pushing through thick undergrowth, branches snagging at our clothes. And then we saw it, a stream. Not a raging river, but a small, meandering stream, trickling over smooth stones and mossy banks. The water was crystal clear, sparkling in the sunlight that filtered through the trees. It looked perfect, inviting, like a liquid oasis in this increasingly oppressive wilderness. My immediate instinct, my overwhelming primal urge, was to plunge my face into it and drink until I couldn't drink anymore. But then, a tiny flicker of something common sense, caution, managed to surface in my water-deprived brain. "Wait," Liam said, holding up a hand as I started to scramble down the bank towards the stream. "We shouldn't drink that, should we?" He was right, of course. We'd both heard the warnings. The hiker's mantra drilled into us since we were kids: never drink untreated water from a stream, no matter how clean it looks. Giardia, bacteria, all sorts of nasty things lurking in even the prettiest looking water sources. Boil it, filter it, treat it with tablets, that was the rule. And I knew it. Logically, rationally, I knew it. But logic and rationality were starting to feel very distant, very theoretical in the face of my screaming thirst. The stream gurgled and beckoned, its clear water shimmering like a mirage. My hydration pack felt like a cruel joke, mocking me with its near emptiness. Liam still had water, but asking him for some felt like admitting defeat, like acknowledging my own stupidity in not bringing enough. And besides, even if he shared, it wouldn't be enough to truly quench this burning need. I looked at the stream again, then back at Liam, then back at the stream. My brain was waging a frantic war between common sense and pure, unadulterated desperation. And in that moment, fueled by dehydration fatigue and a reckless disregard for consequences, desperation started to win. Big time. It looked so clean, though. I argued weakly, my voice cracking slightly. It was a pathetic argument, even to my own ears. Clean-looking and safe to drink were two entirely different things, and I knew it. But I was grasping at straws, desperate to justify what I already knew I was going to do. Lamb sighed, the sound laced with a familiar blend of concern and exasperation. Sophia, you know better. We have to treat it. I've got the filter. He gestured to his backpack, presumably indicating the portable water filter he always carried, ever the prepared one. Filter takes time, I mumbled, my gaze still fixed on the stream. And it's just a little bit. One drink won't hurt, right? The words tumbled out, flimsy and unconvincing even to me. I was bargaining with myself, trying to minimize the risk to make it seem less reckless than it actually was. Liam's expression hardened slightly. Sophia, seriously. Don't be stupid. It's not worth it. We're not that dehydrated yet. We can make it back to the trailhead, or at least to a point where we can properly filter water. He was right, of course. Logically, rationally. He was absolutely right. But logic and rationality were losing their grip on me, slipping away like sand through my fingers. The thirst was a physical etch now, a tightening band around my head, a dryness that coated my tongue and throat like dust. Every cell in my body seemed to be screaming for water, and the stream was right there, tantalizingly close, offering immediate relief. Just a quick dip, I said, my voice barely a whisper. Just to cool off my face. Then we'll filter. It was a lie, and we both knew it. But it was the best I could offer, a flimsy compromise to appease the nagging voice of reason in my head, and maybe, just maybe, to appease Liam too. Before he could argue further, I scrambled down the bank, ignoring his muttered protests. The cool air rising from the stream was instantly refreshing against my sweat-soaked skin. I knelt by the edge, the clear water rushing past, and cupped my hands, bringing them to my face. The coolness was blissful, a momentary reprieve from the burning heat, but it wasn't enough. Not nearly enough. I looked at the water again, so clear, so pure, looking so utterly, deceptively inviting. The warnings, the lectures, the common sense, they all faded into a distant background hum, drowned out by the insistent clamor of my body's desperate need. It was just water, after all. Just a little bit. What could possibly go wrong? And that's when I did it. I brought my cupped hands to my lips, hesitated for a fraction of a second, a tiny, fleeting moment of doubt, and then I drank. The water was cold, shockingly cold, like liquid ice against my parched throat. It tasted clean, fresh. Incredibly, wonderfully, satisfyingly wet. It was the most delicious thing I'd ever tasted in my life. I drank deeply, greedily, gulping down handful after handful, until my stomach felt pleasantly full, and the burning thirst finally began to recede. Liam watched me from the bank, his expression a mixture of disappointment and resignation. He didn't say anything, just shook his head slowly, a silent told you so, I told you so, that hung heavy in the air. I knew I'd messed up. I knew I'd made a stupid, reckless decision. But in that moment, with my thirst finally quenched, it was hard to care. The immediate relief was too overwhelming, too intoxicating. I splashed more water on my face, feeling a surge of energy, a renewed sense of, well, not exactly invincibility, but definitely a temporary reprieve from the crushing fatigue. Okay, I said, standing up and turning back to Liam, trying to sound upbeat and nonchalant. All good. Thirst emergency averted. Let's keep going. He just stared at me for a moment, his eyes narrowed, then sighed again. You're unbelievable, Sophia. Absolutely unbelievable. He didn't elaborate, didn't launch into a lecture. Maybe he knew it was pointless. The damage was done. The water was drunk. And now, we just had to deal with the consequences, whatever they might be. We continued hiking, the trail gradually leveling out as we started to descend. The initial burst of energy from the stream water faded quickly, replaced by a dull, uneasy feeling in my stomach. I tried to ignore it, attributing it to the exertion, to the fact that I'd probably drunk too much too quickly. But the feeling persisted, a low, grayed rumble of discomfort that wouldn't quite go away. As the afternoon wore on, the discomfort intensified. The dull rumble turned into sharp, intermittent cramps, twisting and knotting in my abdomen. Nausea started to creep in, a queasy, churning sensation that made my stomach clench. I slowed my pace, lagging behind Liam, trying to breathe through the waves of pain and nausea. "You okay?" Liam asked, glancing back at me, his voice laced with concern again, but this time tinged with a hint of "I told you so." "Yeah, fine." I lied again, the word catching in my throat. "Just a bit tired." Another pathetic lie, and we both knew it. But I didn't want to admit it, didn't want to confess that my stupid decision might actually be having consequences. By late afternoon, a bit tired had morphed into full-blown misery. The cramps were coming in relentless waves now, each one sharper and more agonizing than the last. The nausea was a constant, churning presence, threatening to erupt at any moment. And then the fever hit. A sudden bone, chilling coldness followed by a wave of clammy heat. My skin prickling with goosebumps despite the lingering warmth of the day. I stumbled, my legs suddenly weak and shaky, and nearly collapsed onto the trail. Liam caught me, his strong arms steadying me. He looked at me, really looked at me, and his face paled. "Sophia, you're burning up," he said, his voice tight with alarm. "What's going on?" I couldn't lie anymore. The truth came tumbling out, a rush of mumbled words punctuated by gasps of pain. The stream I drank I shouldn't have." Understanding dawned in his eyes, followed by a look of pure, unadulterated horror. "Oh, Sophia." "No, you drank from the untreated stream." I nodded weakly, shame and fear washing over me in equal measure. "Stupid, I know, so thirsty." He swore under his breath, a string of frustrated curses that echoed in the stillness of the forest. But then his expression shifted, the alarm and frustration replaced by a grim determination. Okay. Don't panic. We need to get you out of here. Now, panic, however, was exactly what I was feeling. Waterborne illness. Miles from help. Deep in the wilderness. The reality of my situation crashed down on me, heavy and suffocating. Dehydration had been bad, yes, but drinking from that pretty, inviting stream that was turning out to be far, far worse. Trusting a moment of fleeting temptation over common sense if it felt like it might actually break me. Getting out of there became a blur of pain, nausea, and feverish disorientation. Liam, bless him, practically half carried, half dragged me down the trail. Every step was agony, each jolt sending fresh waves of cramps through my gut. The world swam in and out of focus. Trees blurring into monstrous shapes, the trail twisting into an endless, mocking labyrinth. I vaguely remember Liam forcing me to sip the last of his filtered water, his voice firm but laced with worry. I don't know if it helped physically, but the fact that he was still there, still trying, kept a tiny spark of hope flickering within me. Otherwise, I think I might have just given up, collapsed on the trail and waited for, well, I didn't want to think about what I'd be waiting for. Time stretched and warped. Minutes felt like hours, hours like an eternity. The forest seemed to close in around us, the cheerful birdsong replaced by an oppressive silence, broken only by my ragged breathing and Liam's occasional muttered encouragements. The light began to fade, the shadows lengthening and deepening, turning familiar trees into menacing figures. Nightfall in the wilderness, already unnerving, felt like a death sentence in my current state. With the dwindling light came a new wave of chills, shaking my body so violently my teeth chattered. The fever was spiking again, turning my skin clammy and cold despite the burning heat radiating from within. Nausea clawed at my throat, and I retched violently, dry heaves that offered no relief, only more pain and exhaustion. Liam stopped again, his face grim in the fading light. "We need to stop, Sophia. It's getting dark, and you can't go any further like this." He started to unpack his backpack, pulling out a lightweight emergency blanket. "We'll have to camp here for the night. Try to rest, stay warm." Camp. The word hung in the air, heavy with unspoken dread. Camping was supposed to be fun, adventurous. Not this. Not huddled under a flimsy blanket, miles from civilization, with my body betraying me in the most horrific way imaginable. But I was too weak to argue, too exhausted to even care. Any flat patch of ground felt like a luxury at this point. Liam spread out the blanket, helping me lie down, tucking it around me as best he could. He started gathering dry wood, his movements efficient and practiced. He was trying to be strong, trying to be reassuring, but I could see the fear in his eyes, the same fear that was gnawing at my own insides. He managed to get a small fire going, the flickering flames casting dancing shadows on the surrounding trees, offering a meager circle of warmth and a fragile illusion of safety. He sat beside me, feeding the fire, his gaze constantly shifting between the flames and me. "Try to sleep," he said softly, his voice barely audible above the crackling fire. "Conserve your energy. Sleep." Another cruel joke. Every muscle in my body ached, my stomach churned, my head throbbed, and the fever raged. Sleep was a distant dream, an unattainable luxury. But I closed my eyes anyway, trying to block out the pain, the fear, the overwhelming sense of despair. The night was long, agonizingly long. The cramps intensified, twisting my insides into knots, stealing my breath. The nausea became relentless, a constant, churning torment. The fever waxed and waned, plunging me into cycles of shivering cold and burning heat. Liam kept vigil, tending the fire, checking on me, his presence a silent anchor in the storm of my suffering. At some point in the darkest hours, I started to hallucinate. The flickering firelight morphed into grotesque faces leering from the shadows. The rustling leaves became whispers, murmuring my name, mocking my stupidity. The stream, the beautiful, inviting stream, appeared in my mind's eye, no longer clear and pure, but murky and tainted, filled with writhing, unseen things. I saw myself drinking from it again and again, each gulp bringing not relief, but a fresh wave of sickness, a deeper level of horror. The stream was no longer an oasis. It was a trap, a beautiful deception that had lured me in with false promises, and then poisoned me from within. As the first faint streaks of dawn began to paint the eastern sky, I felt a strange shift. The fever seemed to break, the chills subsided, and the nausea, while still present, was slightly less overwhelming. Exhaustion still weighed me down like lead, but the sharp, agonizing cramps had eased into a dull, throbbing ache. I opened my eyes, blinking against the pale light, and saw Liam slumped beside the fire, his face etched with fatigue and worry, but also relief. He looked up as he sensed my movement, his eyes widening. "Sophia, you're awake. How are you feeling?" "Better." I croaked, my voice still weak and raspy. "A little better." It was a lie, of course. I felt terrible, utterly drained and depleted. But the worst of the immediate agony seemed to have passed. The storm had subsided, leaving behind a wreckage of exhaustion and lingering illness. "We need to get out of here," Liam said, his voice regaining some of its usual firmness. "No. Can you walk?" I tried to sit up, wincing as my muscles protested. "I think so." Slowly. He helped me to my feet, and I swayed, my legs still shaky and unreliable. But I could stand, and I could put one foot in front of the other. That was something, at least. The hike back was even more grueling than the descent the day before. Every step was an effort, every incline a mountain. But with the faint light of dawn and the slightly lessened intensity of the illness, a fragile thread of hope began to grow within me. We might actually make it. We might actually get out of this nightmare. It took hours, agonizingly slow hours, but we finally reached the trailhead. The sight of the parking lot, the cars, the distant sounds of civilization was like emerging from a dark tunnel into blinding sunlight. Relief washed over me, so potent it almost brought me to my knees. Lime got me to the car, drove like a maniac to the nearest hospital, and practically carried me into the emergency room. The next few hours were a blur of IV drips, blood tests, and concerned doctors asking endless questions. The diagnosis was predictable: severe waterborne illness, likely giardia or something similar. Untreated water, they'd said, shaking their heads, echoing the warnings I'd so foolishly ignored. I spent the next few days in the hospital, hooked up to machines, slowly rehydrating, slowly recovering. The physical symptoms eventually subsided. The cramps, the nausea, the fever fading into memory. But the mental scars, those might take longer to heal. I learned my lesson, a harsh, brutal lesson etched into my body and mind. Trust common sense, not pretty streams. Water is precious, yes, but not all water is safe. Dehydration is uncomfortable, but waterborne illness is a nightmare. A nightmare I barely survived. And sometimes, even now, weeks later, when I close my eyes, I still see that stream. Sparkling, inviting, deceptively pure. And I hear its gentle gurgle, not as a promise of life, but as a chilling whisper of warning. A reminder of my own stupidity and the true horror of a bad decision made in the wilderness. A horror that started with a simple, desperate thirst and a pretty deadly water source. They call me Caleb. It's a solid, dependable name, the kind you'd expect to find etched into a worn leather hiking boot or whisper around a campfire under a canopy of stars. And for a long time, I lived up to it. Caleb, the experienced hiker. Caleb, the guy who knew trails like the back of his calloused hand. Caleb, the one who could shrug off warnings and laugh in the face of danger. That was me. Or at least, that's who I thought I was. Truth be told, I'd always been a bit of a show-off, especially when it came to anything outdoorsy. Growing up in the shadow of the Appalachians, the mountains were my playground, my proving ground. Every weekend, rain or shine, I was out there, conquering peaks, charting new paths, breathing in the crisp, pine-scented air like it was the elixir of life itself. I devoured books about legendary explorers, wilderness survival guides, anything that fueled my insatiable hunger for adventure. I wasn't content with just strolling through nature. I wanted to wrestle with it, to test my limits against its untamed power. My sister, Lily, she was the opposite. Content with the quiet rhythm of suburban life, she found her thrills in books and movies, not in scaling rocky cliffs or navigating dense forests. She worried, constantly, about everything, but especially about me and my reckless escapades, as she liked to call them. Caleb, you're going to break your neck one of these days. She'd nag, her brow furrowed with genuine concern. Why can't you just relax at home for once? Watch a board game play. Relax. Board games. Those words were foreign concepts in my vocabulary. Relaxation was for the weak, for people who were afraid to push themselves, to truly live. And board games, please. The only game I was interested in was the one played out on steep inclines, winding trails and unpredictable terrain. The game against nature, against myself. So, when I told Lily about my plan to hike the Devil's Tooth Trail, I wasn't surprised by her reaction. Her eyes widened, a familiar mix of fear and exasperation clouding her features. The Devil's Tooth, Caleb, are you serious? That trail is legendary. Not in a good way, legendary. That word, dripping with ominous undertones, should have given me pause. Should have sparked a flicker of caution in my overconfident mind. But instead, it did the opposite. It ignited a thrill, a surge of adrenaline that drowned out any whisper of doubt. Legendary meant challenging. Challenging meant interesting. And I, Caleb, the experienced hiker, was always up for a challenge. I'd heard whispers about the Devil's Tooth Trail for years, hushed tales passed around by seasoned hikers, their voices tinged with a mixture of awe and apprehension. They spoke of unforgiving inclines, treacherous rockfalls, and a sense of isolation that could chill you to the bone, even on a sunny day. Some even claimed the trail was cursed, haunted by the spirits of those who had underestimated its brutal nature. Superstition, of course, but still the stories lingered, adding to the trail's mystique, its allure. It's known as the most challenging hike in the entire state, Caleb. Lily continued, her voice laced with urgency. She'd pulled up a website on her laptop, the screen displaying a grim, looking trail map dotted with warning symbols. Look at this! Extremely strenuous. Experienced hikers only. Proceed with extreme caution. And that's just the official warnings. The forums are full of horror stories, people getting lost, injured, even worse. I leaned over, glancing at the website with a dismissive wave of my hand. Lily, relax. It's just a trail. A bit steep, maybe a few rocks. I've hiked tougher trails than this before. Remember the Black Bear Ridge? That was supposed to be impossible, and I practically ran up it. A Black Bear Ridge, okay? Maybe I was exaggerating a little. It had been tough, grueling even. But I'd conquered it, hadn't I? And that was the point. I was experienced. I was prepared. I was invincible. Or so my ego desperately wanted me to believe. This is different, Caleb. Lily insisted, her voice rising slightly. This isn't just about being tough. This is about being smart. About knowing your limits. And maybe, just maybe, admitting that some things are too dangerous. Too dangerous. I scoffed, the word tasting bitter on my tongue. Lily, please. Danger is part of the fun. Besides, I added, leaning closer, lower my voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Think of the bragging rights. Caleb conquered the Devil's Tooth. Sounds pretty good, right? Lily just rolled her eyes, a wary sigh escaping her lips. Bragging rights, is that really what this is about? Caleb, you need to grow up. Hey, I'm just saying. I shrugged, trying to downplay my blatant arrogance. It'll be a good workout. chance to clear my head. And honestly, I'm getting a little bored with the usual trails. Need something to spice things up. Spice things up. That was a massive understatement. The Devil's Tooth wasn't just going to spice things up. It was going to set my entire hiking world on fire. And I, in my infinite overconfidence, was about to walk right into the inferno, armed with nothing but a flimsy map, a half-empty water bottle, and a whole lot of misplaced bravado. "Promise me you'll be careful," Lily pleaded, her voice softening, a hint of genuine fear creeping in. "Promise me you'll turn back if it gets too intense. Promise me you won't do anything stupid." I forced a reassuring smile, patting her shoulder with what I hoped was a comforting gesture. "Relax, Lily Pad, I'll be fine. Piece of cake," I said, the words dripping with a cockiness that even I, in the back of my mind, knew was unwarranted. "I'll be back before you know it, probably with some amazing stories to tell. And maybe, just maybe," I added with a wink, "I'll even bring you back a piece of the Devil's Tooth as a souvenir." Lily didn't laugh. She just stared at me, her eyes filled with a premonition I chose to ignore. "Just be careful, Caleb," she repeated, her voice barely a whisper. "Please." "I will," I promised, the lie sliding easily off my tongue. In my heart, I knew I wouldn't be careful. Careful was for cowards. Careful was for people who didn't understand the thrill of pushing boundaries, of flirting with danger. I was going to conquer the Devil's Tooth, and I was going to do it my way with unwavering confidence and a complete disregard for the warnings that were practically screaming in my face. As I packed my backpack that evening, laying out my gear with a practiced hand, I felt a surge of exhilaration coursing through my veins. The Devil's Tooth. The name itself sent shivers down my spine, a delicious mix of fear and excitement. I imagined myself standing at the summit, victorious, the world spread out beneath me, a testament to my skill, my courage, my experience. Experience. That was the word I kept repeating to myself, the mantra that fueled my overconfidence. I was experienced. I knew what I was doing. I could handle anything the trail threw at me. And if things got tough, well, that was just part of the adventure, right? I glanced at the trail map one last time, tracing the jagged, unforgiving path of the Devil's Tooth with my finger. It looked brutal, no doubt about it, but brutal was just another word for interesting, and I, Caleb, the experienced hiker, was ready to be thoroughly, terrifyingly interested. Little did I know, my overconfidence was about to lead me down a path far more treacherous than I could ever have imagined, a path where bragging rights would be the least of my worries, and survival itself would become a desperate, agonizing fight. The Devil's Tooth was waiting, and I, in my foolish arrogance, was walking straight into its jaws. The morning dawned crisp and clear, a perfect hiking day, or so it seemed. Sunlight streamed through my window, painting stripes of gold across my bedroom floor. I woke up buzzing with anticipation, the kind of nervous energy that always precedes a big adventure. After a quick breakfast and a final check of my gear, I slung my backpack over my shoulders, feeling the familiar weight settle comfortably on my back. It was a comforting weight, the weight of preparedness, or so I told myself. As I drove to the trailhead, the landscape shifted from suburban sprawl to rolling hills and dense forests. The air grew cooler, carrying the earthy scent of damp soil and pine needles. A thrill coursed through me, a primal excitement that resonated deep in my bones. This was it, the Devil's Tooth. Time to see what all the fuss was about. The trailhead was marked by a weathered wooden sign. The words, "Devil's Tooth Trail, Extreme Difficulty," etched into the wood in stark black letters. Even the sign seemed to be warning me, but I just chuckled, snapping a quick photo to send to Lily with the caption, "Piece of cake," just like I said. Overconfidence, the name is Caleb. The first mile or so was deceptively easy. The trail wound gently through a sun-dappled forest, the path well maintained and clearly marked. Birds chirped merrily overhead, squirrels darted across the trail, and the air was filled with the peaceful sounds of nature. See Lily. Nothing to worry about. I muttered to myself, already feeling a smug sense of vindication. This Devil's Tooth trail was overrated. Just another walk in the woods. But then the trail began to climb. Gradually at first, then with increasing intensity. The gentle path transformed into a steep, rocky ascent, the well-maintained trail replaced by a barely discernible track wending its way up the mountainside. The trees grew denser, blocking out the sunlight, casting long, eerie shadows that danced and shifted with every rustle of leaves. The cheerful birdsong faded, replaced by a chilling silence, broken only by the crunch of my boots on loose gravel and the increasingly labored rhythm of my own breathing. It was tougher than I'd anticipated, no denying that. My thighs burned, my lungs ached, and sweat plastered my shirt to my back. But I pushed on, fueled by a stubborn refusal to admit that I might have been wrong, that Lily might have had a point. Experienced hiker, I reminded myself, gritting my teeth and scrambling up another steep incline. This is nothing. I've done worse. The trail became a relentless assault on my senses. Jagged rocks jutted out at awkward angles, forcing me to scramble and climb, my hands and knees scraping against rough stone. Loose scree shifted underfoot, threatening to send me tumbling down the steep slopes. The air grew thin and cold, and the silence became oppressive, heavy with an unspoken sense of foreboding. Hours blurred into a grueling, monotonous climb. I stopped for water breaks, rationing my dwindling supply, but kept the breaks short, unwilling to lose momentum. The landscape around me became increasingly desolate, the lush forest replaced by stunted, gnarled trees clinging precariously to the rocky slopes. The sky, once a brilliant blue, was now a hazy gray, the sun hidden behind a thick layer of clouds. A cold wind whipped around me, carrying the scent of rain and a chilling premonition of something darker. Despite the growing exhaustion, despite the nagging voice in the back of my mind whispering that maybe, just maybe, I should turn back, my overconfidence remained stubbornly intact. Almost there, I told myself, squinting up at the seemingly endless climb. Just a little further. I can do this. And then I made my first truly foolish decision. The trail ahead forked, splitting into two paths. One path, the one that looked slightly more worn, continued to climb steeply uphill, disappearing into the mist-shrouded heights. The other path, less defined and overgrown with vegetation, traversed sideways, contouring around the mountainside. There were no trail markers, no signs to indicate which path was the correct one. Normally, in a situation like this, any sensible hiker would consult their map and compass, carefully assess the terrain, and try to make an informed decision. But not me. Not Caleb, the experienced hiker. My overconfidence, my arrogance whispered a different solution. The uphill path is probably the main trail, the tougher one. I reasoned to myself, my ego eager for the more challenging option. The other one probably just leads to some boring detour. Devil's Tooth is supposed to be about conquering the summit, right? Upwards and onwards. Without a second thought, without even glancing at my map, I plunged onto the uphill path, my boots crunching on loose rocks, my heart pounding with a mixture of exertion and foolish pride. The path became even steeper, even more treacherous. Loose rocks tumbled away under my feet, and thorny bushes snagged at my clothes. The mist thickened, reducing visibility to mere feet, and the wind howled like a mournful spirit, whipping my hair around my face and chilling me to the bone. Still, I pushed on, driven by my stubborn pride, my refusal to admit that I might have made a mistake. Almost there, I kept repeating, my voice strained, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Just a little further, I can do this. And then it happened. I was scrambling over a particularly steep section of loose rock. My focus narrowed to the immediate ground in front of me when my foot slipped. One moment I was balanced, the next I was falling, tumbling downwards in a chaotic flurry of limbs and rocks. I yelled, a strangled cry of surprise and pain, as I crashed onto the rocky ground, my ankle twisting beneath me at an unnatural angle. Pain exploded through my leg, white hot and searing, radiating outwards from my ankle in sickening waves. I lay there for a moment, stunned, gasping for breath, the wind knocked out of me. Slowly, gingerly, I sat up, my head spinning, my body aching. I looked down at my ankle. It was already swelling, grotesquely distorted, throbbing with agonizing pain, twisted. Badly twisted. Panic began to creep in, a cold, insidious tender that snaked its way around my heart. I was alone, miles from help, injured, and the day was rapidly fading. The mist swirled around me, thick and ominous, and the wind seemed to whisper taunts, mocking my foolish overconfidence. The cheerful morning was a distant memory, replaced by a chilling reality. My cockiness, my arrogance, had led me here, to this desolate, unforgiving place, injured and alone, with night approaching like a hungry predator. The Devil's Tooth was no longer just a challenging hike, it was a terrifying trap, and I In my infinite foolishness, had walked right into it. The real horror, I was beginning to realize, was only just beginning. Agony pulsed through my ankle, each throb a hammer blow against my skull. I tried to move it just a fraction, and a fresh wave of pain ripped through me, sharp and nauseating. No doubt about it, something was broken, or at least severely sprained. My hiking days, at least for the foreseeable future, were over. But far more pressing than my ruined hiking plans was the immediate, but terrifying reality of my situation. Injured alone, and miles deep in the wilderness, with night closing in like a shroud. Panic, which had been a creeping tendril, now blossomed into a full-blown vine, constricting my chest, making it hard to breathe. I fumbled for my phone, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped it. No signal. Of course, no signal. Why would there be? I was in the heart of nowhere, swallowed by the mountains, utterly cut off from the world. My lifeline to civilization, my smugly packed piece of technology, was useless. The wind howled louder, whipping the mist into a frenzy, and the temperature plummeted. Rain began to fall, a cold, stinging drizzle that quickly soaked through my clothes, chilling me to the bone. Hypothermia. The word flashed in my mind, a terrifying specter looming in the gathering gloom. I had to move, had to find shelter, had to do something, anything, before the cold claimed me completely. Ignoring the searing pain in my ankle, I tried to stand. My leg buckled instantly, sending me crashing back down onto the rocks, a grunt of pain escaping my lips. Standing was impossible. Walking, even hobbling, seemed like a distant dream. I was stranded, utterly and completely stranded. Desperation clawed at me, a raw, primal urge to survive. I rummaged through my backpack, my fingers clumsy and numb with cold. A flimsy first aid kit, a half-empty water bottle, a couple of energy bars, a useless map, and a compass. My carefully curated survival gear suddenly felt pathetically inadequate, a cruel joke in the face of the true, unforgiving wilderness. I tore open the first aid kit, fumbling with the bandages, trying to splint my ankle as best I could. The pain was excruciating, each movement a fresh torment, but I gritted my teeth, forcing myself to focus, to think, to act. I used my hiking poles as makeshift crutches, testing my weight gingerly on my injured leg. It was agonizing, but I could move, albeit slowly, painfully, inch by agonizing inch. Shelter, that was the priority now. I scanned my surroundings through the swirling mist, searching for any sign of respite, any break in the relentless rock and scrub. There a slight overhang in the cliff face, barely more than a shallow alcove, but it was something. It offered a modicum of protection from the wind and rain, a temporary sanctuary from the elements. Dragging myself towards it, each step a victory against the agonizing pain. I finally reached the overhang, collapsing against the cold, damp rock with a groan of exhaustion. The alcove was cramped and uncomfortable, but it was marginally warmer, marginally drier than the exposed mountainside. I huddled there, shivering uncontrollably, gnawing on an energy bar, the sickly sweet taste doing little to lift my spirits. Darkness descended, thick and impenetrable, swallowing the mountainside in an inky blackness. The wind howled like a banshee, rattling the rocks, and the rain intensified, drumming against the overhang, a relentless, monotonous beat that echoed the frantic rhythm of my own heart. The forest, once silent and still, now came alive with a symphony of unsettling sounds, rustling leaves, snapping twigs. The distant hoot of an owl, all amplified by the darkness, distorted by fear. Every shadow seemed to writhe, every sound seemed to whisper my name, laced with a malevolent intent. My imagination, fueled by fear and exhaustion, began to conjure shapes in the darkness, grotesque figures lurking just beyond the edge of the alcove, their eyes gleaming in the blackness. Were they real? Or just phantoms of my terrified mind? In the oppressive darkness, the line between reality and hallucination blurred, and I felt myself teetering on the edge of madness. Loneliness became a physical atch, a gnawing emptiness that consumed me from the inside out. Lily. I thought of her, her worried face, her desperate plea for me to be careful. Regret washed over me, bitter and corrosive. My overconfidence, my arrogance had not only put me in this terrifying predicament, but it had also caused her so much unnecessary worry. Piece of cake, I had scoffed. Now, the cake was a poisoned one, and I was choking on every bite. Hours crawled by, each one an eternity of cold, pain, and fear. Sleep was impossible, my body racked with shivers, my mind racing with terrifying thoughts. The rain finally subsided, but the wind continued to howl, carrying with it a bone, chilling dampness that seeped into my very core. The darkness seemed to press in on me, suffocating, crushing, and the silence, when the wind momentarily died down, was even more terrifying, pregnant with an unseen, unspoken menace. Then I heard it. A sound that was not the wind, not the rain, not the rustling of leaves or the snapping of twigs. A sound that was different. A low, guttural growl coming from somewhere just beyond the alcove, in the inky blackness. My blood ran cold, my heart hammering against my ribs. An animal, a bear, a mallion, or something else. The growl came a lion closer this time, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps, crunching on the rocks, approaching my meager shelter. Fear raw and primal seized me, paralyzing me with terror. I strained my eyes, trying to pierce the darkness, to see what was out there, but the night was impenetrable, a solid wall of blackness. The footsteps stopped just outside the alcove. I held my breath, every muscle in my body tense, my senses screaming with alarm. I could feel a presence, something large, something predatory, lurking just beyond the veil of darkness. I could hear heavy breathing, ragged and wet, and then a sniffing sound, as if something was testing the air, sending me out. A low whimper escaped my lips, a sound of pure, unadulterated terror. I was trapped, cornered, utterly defenseless. My overconfidence had led me to this, to become prey in the heart of the wilderness, at the mercy of something unseen, something unknown, something evil. Then, a new sound, even more chilling than the growl. A slow, deliberate scraping sound coming from the rocks just above the alcove, as if something was climbing down towards me, towards my exposed, vulnerable position. The scraping grew louder, closer, accompanied by the dislodging of small rocks that pattered down around me. Whatever it was directly above me now, poised to descend, to reveal itself in all its horrifying glory. My mind screamed, my body trembled, and a single, desperate thought echoed in my brain: this is it. This is how it ends. Not with a triumphant summit, not with bragging rights, but here alone, injured and terrified, devoured by something monstrous in the heart of the devil's tooth. The scraping stopped. Silence descended once more, heavier, more oppressive than ever before. Then, a single guttural chuckle echoing in the darkness, a sound that was utterly, profoundly inhuman. And I knew, with a chilling certainty that froze my blood, that whatever was coming for me was not of this world. My overconfidence had not just led me to a challenging hike, it had led me straight into the jaws of something ancient, something malevolent, something that had been waiting in the darkness of the devil's tooth for a fool, just like me, to stumble into its grasp. And the night, I knew, was far from over. My name is Ava, and if there's one thing you need to know about me right off the bat, it's that I'm a collector. Not in a fancy, antique, furniture, and fine china kind of way. My collection is different. It's made up of oddities, curiosities, things that catch my eye and whisper stories of places unseen and times forgotten. While most people fill their shelves with mass, produced trinkets or carefully curated art, mine are lined with weathered stones, dried leaves in every imaginable color, feathers molted from birds I've only glimpsed in the wild, and bits of driftwood sculpted by restless tides. Each piece tells a story, or at least that's what I imagine. They are souvenirs of moments, echoes of adventures, tangible reminders of the world's quiet corners. People don't always get it. My apartment, to the untrained eye, probably looks like a chaotic jumble of nature's detritus. Friends have politely called it eclectic, while my mom just sighs and shakes her head, muttering something about dust and needing to declutter. But to me, it's a living museum, a personal cabinet of wonders. Each item has a history, a journey, a silent tale that only I can hear. And honestly, that's enough for me. This passion, this compulsion, I guess you could call it, is what fuels my love for hiking. The trails aren't just paths through the woods. They are treasure hunts waiting to happen. Every rustle of leaves, every glint of sunlight through the canopy promises a new discovery. I'm not just hiking for the exercise or the views, though those are definitely perks. I'm hiking for the chance to find something unique, something overlooked, something that whispers, "Take me with you. Let me be part of your story." Last summer, I decided to tackle the Blackwood Trail. It's not particularly famous, not like some of the national park trails that draw crowds from all over. Blackwood is tucked away in the Appalachian Mountains, a lesser-known gem that locals whisper about with a mix of reverence and something I couldn't quite place until later. It was described as moderately challenging, winding through dense forests, alongside a creek that carved its way through ancient rocks, and up to a ridge that supposedly offered panoramic views. Perfect, I thought. Just the kind of place where forgotten treasures might lie hidden, waiting for someone like me to find them. I packed my usual hiking jerk sturdy boots, a reliable backpack filled with water, snacks, a first aid kit, and of course, my trusty collecting pouch. It's a simple canvas bag worn soft with use, always ready to receive whatever wonders the trail might offer. I drove out early one Saturday morning, the city noise fading behind me as I climbed into the hills. The air grew crisper, scented with pine and damp earth. By the time I reached the trailhead, the sun was just beginning to peek through the trees, painting long, slanted shadows across the forest floor. The trailhead marker was old, the paint peeling, but still legible. Blackwood Trail, it declared in faded green letters, with a small, almost apologetic note underneath. For experienced hikers only. I chuckled to myself. Experienced. I hike trails far more challenging than anything described as moderate. Besides, a little challenge was exactly what I was looking for. I adjusted my backpack, took a deep breath of the invigorating mountain air, and stepped onto the trail. The first part of the hike was exactly as advertised, moderately challenging and breathtakingly beautiful. The trail wound through a forest so dense the sunlight struggled to reach the ground, creating a perpetual twilight world of moss, covered trees, and whispering leaves. The creek gurgled alongside the path, its water crystal clear and icy cold. Sunlight dappled through the canopy in shifting patterns, illuminating patches of wildflowers and the occasional startled deer that would bound away into the undergrowth. Hours passed in a blissful rhythm of walking, observing, and simply being. I found a few interesting stones, a piece of quartz with a vein of shimmering gold, a perfectly smooth river stone banded with layers of gray and brown which I carefully placed in my pouch. But nothing truly extraordinary. I wasn't discouraged, though. Sometimes the best finds are the ones you least expect, the ones that reveal themselves when you're not actively searching. As the trail climbed higher, the forest began to change. The trees grew taller, their trunks thicker and gnarled, their branches reaching out like skeletal arms. The air grew noticeably cooler, even though the sun was still shining. The cheerful babble of the creek faded, replaced by a deeper, more resonant murmur. An odd stillness settled over the woods, a silence that felt heavier, more profound than just the absence of sound. It was the kind of silence that seemed to listen back, that held secrets within its depths. It was in this part of the trail, where the woods felt ancient and watchful, that I saw it. It was lying just off the path, nestled amongst the roots of an old oak, partially hidden by fallen leaves. At first, I thought it was just another piece of weathered wood, something discarded by the forest. But as I drew closer, I realized it was bone. Not just any bone, though. This was unlike anything I had ever seen before. It was intricately carved, adorned with patterns that seemed to writhe and shift in the dappled sunlight. It was long and slender, almost like a femur, but the carvings, they were unsettlingly detailed. Tiny spirals, interwoven lines, and symbols that looked vaguely familiar, yet utterly alien. The bone itself was a pale ivory color, smooth and cold to the touch, even through my hiking gloves. I knelt down, my heart quickening with a collector's thrill. This was it. This was the find I had been hoping for. It was strange, unique, undeniably old, and utterly captivating. I carefully turned it over in my hands, examining the carvings from every angle. They seemed to tell a story, a dark, cryptic narrative etched into the very structure of the bone. I couldn't decipher it, not yet, but I knew, with a certainty that resonated deep within me, that this was something special. A faint prickle of unease ran down my spine as I picked it up. It was heavier than I expected, solid and dense. As my fingers closed around it, a sudden chill swept through the air, despite the afternoon sun. The shadows around me seemed to deepen, stretching out from the trees like grasping fingers. For a moment, the silence of the woods intensified, becoming almost oppressive. I hesitated, a flicker of doubt crossing my mind. Was it right to take this? It felt different. More significant than just another interesting find. It felt like disturbing something that was meant to be left alone. But the collector in me, The insatiable hunger for the unusual and the unknown quickly overruled that fleeting hesitation. It was too beautiful, too intriguing to leave behind. It was a souvenir unlike any I had ever found. "It's just a bone," I told myself, my voice sounding strangely loud in the heavy silence. "Just an old bone someone probably lost a long time ago." I slipped it into my collecting pouch, the coldness of it seeping through the canvas and against my leg. The unease didn't dissipate, though. If anything, it seemed to grow, settling in my stomach like a stone. But I pushed it down, chalking it up to my imagination, to the heightened atmosphere of the deep woods. I stood up, adjusted my backpack again, and continued on the trail, the carved bone nestled securely in my pouch. The woods, however, no longer felt the same. The sunlight seemed dimmer, the shadows darker, and the silence now felt watchful, expectant. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had taken more than just a souvenir from the Blackwood Trail. I had taken something that was never meant to be disturbed. And I had a growing, unsettling feeling that I was about to find out exactly what that meant. The hike back to the trailhead felt different. The cheerful energy I had started with was gone, replaced by a gnawing sense of disquiet. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the underbrush made me jump. The shadows seemed to lengthen and deepen as the afternoon sun climbed higher, and the air held a damp, chilling quality that seeped into my bones. It was more than just the usual forest quiet. It was a silence that felt aware of me, like the woods themselves were watching, waiting. I kept glancing down my collecting pouch, where the carved bone lay nestled amongst the stones and leaves I had gathered earlier. I could feel its weight, a cold, dense presence against my thigh. Several times I reached down and touched it through the canvas, reassuring myself it was still there, yet each touch sent a fresh wave of unease through me. It was as if the bone itself was radiating a subtle wrongness, a disharmony that resonated with the growing darkness of the woods. By the time I reached my car, the sun was beginning to dip below the horizon, casting long, eerie shadows that stretched across the parking lot. The trailhead, which had seemed so welcoming that morning, now felt isolated and vaguely menacing. I hurried to unlock my car, practically throwing my backpack in the back seat and slamming the door shut behind me. The familiar scent of the car's interior, the mundane clutter of maps and water bottles, was a small comfort, a fragile anchor to normalcy in the increasingly unsettling atmosphere. As I drove away from Blackwood, I tried to rationalize my unease. It was just the woods, I told myself. Forests always feel a little spooky as dusk approaches. And the bun, it was just an interesting find, a unique souvenir. My imagination was probably just running wild, fueled by too many horror movies and a collector's tendency to romanticize the objects they find. But even as I tried to reassure myself, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had shifted, that the world around me had subtly changed. The shadows outside the car windows seemed to writhe and deepen, and the wind whistling through the trees sounded less like nature's breath and more like whispers. Unintelligible, distant, but undeniably present. Back at my apartment, the familiar comfort of my space felt muted. The warm, inviting clutter of my collections usually soothed me, but tonight it seemed to amplify the unease I had brought back from the woods. The air in the apartment felt colder than usual, despite the summer evening, and the shadows in the corners seemed deeper, more solid. I unpacked my backpack, carefully emptying my collecting pouch onto my desk. The stones and leaves tumbled out, ordinary and familiar. And then the carved bone. It landed with a soft thud, and for a moment, the room seemed to still. The air grew colder, and the shadows in the corners of the room seemed to coalesce, drawing closer. I stared at the bone lying there on my desk, bathed in the soft light of my desk lamp. The carvings seemed more pronounced now, the spirals and lines deeper, more intricate. They seemed to pulse with a faint, inner light, a subtle luminescence that was almost imperceptible, yet undeniably there. It was mesmerizing, hypnotic, and deeply unsettling all at once. As I reached out to pick it up again, a whisper brushed against my ear, so faint I almost dismissed it as my imagination. But it was there, a sibilant murmur, just at the edge of hearing. I froze, my hand hovering over the bone, my heart pounding in my chest. I strained my ears, listening intently. The whisper was gone, swallowed by the silence of the apartment. Okay, that was weird, I muttered to myself, trying to sound more confident than I felt. Just tired. long hike. Imagination running wild. I picked up the bone, its coldness shocking against my skin. The carvings seemed to shift and writhe under my fingertips, and the faint inner light pulsed again, stronger this time. And then the whispers returned, louder now, clearer, though still unintelligible. They were all around me, swirling in the air, pressing against my eardrums. Not words, not exactly. More like sounds. Sibilant hisses, guttural clicks, and drawn-out moans, all woven together into a tapestry of sound that resonated with a primal, unsettling menace. It was the sound of something ancient, something hungry, something not meant for human ears. Panic flared in my chest, hot and sharp. I dropped the bone as if it had burned me, and it clattered onto the desk, the whispers abruptly ceasing. The silence that followed was even more oppressive than before, thick with unspoken dread. I backed away from the desk, my eyes fixed on the bone, my breath coming in ragged gasps. What was happening? Was I hallucinating? Was I losing my mind? I had never experienced anything like this before. My collections were strange, yes, but they were inanimate objects. They didn't whisper. They didn't pulse with eerie light. They certainly didn't make me feel like I was being watched by something unseen, something malevolent. I told myself it was stress, exhaustion, maybe even dehydration from the hike. I needed to calm down to get a grip. I decided to distract myself. I turned on the TV, hoping the mindless noise would drown out the unsettling silence and the lingering whispers in my head. But even the brightly colored images and the cheerful voices of the sitcom characters couldn't penetrate the growing sense of dread that had settled over me. As night deepened, the whispers returned, stronger and more insistent. They seemed to emanate from the bone itself, which now pulsed with a visible, faint green light in the deepening shadows of my apartment. The carvings seemed to writhe and twist, and the symbols now looked less alien and more intentionally menacing. They seemed to be forming themselves into something recognizable, something familiar. Fear, cold and paralyzing, gripped me. I knew with a terrifying certainty that the bone was not just an ordinary object. It was something else. Something awakened, and I had brought it into my life. I had taken it from the woods, from wherever it was meant to stay, and now it was changing everything. Sleep was impossible. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the whispers that filled my ears, growing louder, more insistent with each passing hour. They were no longer just sounds. They were starting to coalesce into something almost intelligible. Fragments of words, syllables, whispers of names and places that resonated with a dark, ancient power. Blackwood, the trail, the woods, the souvenir. These words, or fragments of words, echoed in the whispers, weaving themselves into a terrifying narrative that I couldn't quite grasp, but felt in the deepest part of my being. It was a story of taking, of disturbing, of consequences. A story that was unfolding around me and through me. By the time dawn finally broke, painting the sky in pale, watery colors, I was exhausted, terrified, and utterly desperate. The whispers had subsided slightly with the first light, but the bone on my desk still pulsed with that faint, eerie green light, a silent, malevolent presence in my apartment. I knew I couldn't ignore it any longer. I had to do something. I had to understand what I had brought home with me. And more importantly, I had to figure out how to get rid of it before the whispers consumed me completely. The souvenir from Blackwood Trail was no longer just a curiosity, it was a curse. And I was beginning to realize the true horror of my bad decision. The first rays of dawn did little to dispel the oppressive darkness that had settled in my apartment, both literally and figuratively. The faint green glow of the carved bone on my desk was a constant, sickening reminder of the night's terrors. Exhaustion gnawed at me, but sleep was out of the question. Fear was a cold knot in my stomach, a constant, pulsing dread that drowned out every other sensation. I knew I couldn't stay in the apartment. The whispers, though quieter in the daylight, were still there, a constant. Insidious background hummed to my thoughts. And the bone, it felt like a malevolent beacon, drawing something unseen and unwanted towards me. I had to understand what it was, what it wanted, and most importantly, how to get rid of it. My first instinct was research. My collector's brain, even in the midst of terror, sought information, understanding. I needed to decipher the carvings, to find out if they were symbols, a language, anything that could give me a clue about the bone's origins and purpose. I spent the morning hunched over my laptop. the bone placed carefully on the desk beside me. As I typed search queries, ancient bone carvings, unexplained symbols, Appalachian folklore, the whispers seemed to intensify, swirling around my head like angry insects. The room grew colder, and the shadows deepened, even with the sunlight streaming through the window. It was as if the bone itself was reacting to my search, resenting my attempts to unravel its secrets. The internet offered a vast ocean of information, but nothing concrete. I found images of ancient bone tools, tribal artifacts, cryptic symbols from forgotten cultures. Some of the carvings bore a vague resemblance to Celtic knotwork, others to Native American petroglyphs, but nothing quite matched the unsettling intricacy of the bone on my desk. The symbols were too alien, too wrong. Ours blurred into a frantic search, fueled by coffee and adrenaline. I delved into obscure websites, dusty online archives, and forgotten corners of the internet, chasing every lead, every whisper of a possibility. But the more I searched, the more I felt like I was sinking into a deeper, darker mystery. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, and the bone's green glow pulsed with increasing intensity. By midday, I was no closer to understanding the bone, but the atmosphere in my apartment had become almost unbearable. The air was thick with a palpable sense of dread. The shadows writhed and shifted constantly, and the whispers were now edging closer to intelligibility. Fragments of words, names, and places were starting to break through the sibilant murmur, forming themselves into something chillingly coherent. Return it. The whisper was clear now, sharp and cold, brushing against my ear like an icy breath. It is not yours. I recoiled from my laptop, knocking my chair back with a clatter. The words, though whispered, resonated with a terrifying authority. Return it. The message was clear. The bone wanted to go back. Back to where I found it. Back to Blackwood Trail. A wave of reluctant understanding washed over me. It was so simple, so obvious. I had taken something that wasn't mine, something that belonged to the woods, and now the woods wanted it back. The unease, the whispers, the growing dread, it was all a consequence of my collector's impulse. My insatiable desire to possess the unusual, the forbidden. I knew what I had to do. I had to return the bone. It was the only way to stop the whispers, to banish the darkness that had crept into my life. But the thought of going back to Blackwood Trail, back to those ancient, watchful woods, filled me with a new kind of terror. The trail no longer felt like a place of discovery. It felt like a hunting ground, a place where something was waiting for me. Ignoring the fear that clawed at my throat, I started to prepare. I repacked my hiking backpack, this time filling it not with collecting pouches and snacks, but with essentials for a desperate, fear-fueled journey. Water, a first aid kit, a flashlight, and a compass, tools for survival, not exploration. And in a small, trembling hand, I carefully placed the carved bone back into my pouch. Its coldness seemed to seep through the canvas, chilling me to the core. The drive back to Blackwood was agonizing. The whispers in my head were relentless now, a constant chorus of sibilant demands and chilling pronouncements. The bone in my pouch pulsed with a bright, almost frantic green light, and the shadows outside the car windows seemed to press closer, as if the woods themselves were reaching out for their stolen property. By the time I reached the trailhead, the sun was already beginning to descend again, casting the woods in a premature twilight. The trailhead marker, still faded and peeling, seemed to leer at me, the for experienced hikers only, warning now sounding less like a caution and more like a threat. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, I stepped back onto the Blackwood Trail. The woods were different now. The beauty was gone, replaced by an oppressive sense of menace. The trees seemed to lean in, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching out to snag me. The silence was no longer watchful. It was hostile, pregnant with unseen eyes and unheard breaths. The whispers intensified as I walked, guiding me, urging me deeper into the woods. Closer, closer, they hissed, their voices now almost distinct, almost human. Bring it back where it belongs. I followed the trail, my heart pounding in my chest, my breath ragged in my throat. Every shadow seemed to ready, every rustle of leaves sounded like footsteps behind me. The air grew colder, heavier, and the green glow of the bone in my pouch pulsed brighter, leading me onward, deeper into the heart of the woods. Finally, I reached the spot where I had found it. The ancient oak, its roots gnarled and twisted, stood sentinel in the deepening twilight. The air here was thick with an almost palpable energy, a sense of ancient power that made my skin crawl. The whispers reached a fever pitch, a cacophony of sibilant demands and chilling promises. "Here," they hissed. "Leave it here." My hand trembled as I reached into my pouch and pulled out the carved bone. It pulsed with an almost blinding green light now, and the carvings seemed to writhe and twist like living things. The coldness of it was intense, burning my skin like frostbite. With a final, desperate act of will, I placed the bone back amongst the roots of the oak, exactly where I had found it. The moment my fingers released it, the green light flared, then vanished. The whispers abruptly ceased. The oppressive silence returned, but this time is different. It was no longer hostile, no longer menacing. It was expectant. I stumbled back, away from the bone, my breath catching in my throat. The woods seemed to hold their breath, waiting. For what, I didn't know. But as I backed away, a new sound began to rise from the depths of the forest. Not whispers this time. Something deeper, more resonant. A low, guttural hum that vibrated through the ground, through my bones, through my very soul. The hum grew louder, closer, and the shadows around me began to coalesce, to take shape. Not human shapes, not animal shapes. Something else. Something ancient, something formless. Something that was rising from the depths of the woods, drawn to the place where its stolen property had been returned. Terror, raw and primal, seized me. I turned and ran. I ran blindly, desperately, back along the trail, back towards the trailhead, back towards any semblance of safety, any escape from the woods that had awakened around me. The humming followed me, growing louder, closer, the ground vibrating beneath my feet, and behind me, in the deepening shadows, I could sense something moving, something vast and ancient, something that was no longer whispering, but calling. I don't know what it was. I don't know what it wanted. I only know that I ran, and I didn't stop running until I burst out of the trees and into the relative safety of the parking lot. The humming fading behind me, swallowed by the distance and the thin veil of civilization. I never went back to Blackwood Trail. I never collected another sonar from the woods. The whispers are gone, and the shadows in my apartment have retreated back to their corners. But sometimes late at night, when the silence is deep and the air is cold, I think I can still hear it. A faint, distant hum carried on the wind. A reminder of the woods and the bone, and the souvenir I should have left undisturbed. Some things I've learned are best left where you find them. Some stories are best left untold. And some souvenirs are not worth the price you pay to bring them home. Especially when they are taken from places that are older and darker than you can possibly imagine.